want to hit
try.
start.
Oh.
Hang on.
Yep.
Stinky.
Let me turn the stream music down and unmute some things because I am ready to get started here.
Let's go.
I want you all to know the moment, the millisecond I hit start streaming button, I got a phone call. So this entire time I was on a phone call.
Damn.
So give me just a moment to make sure I have the actual webpage and everything up needed that I want. Okay. I think I'm good. I think I'm good. Let me see. Swap things to this screen. It's mostly good except for the fact that that's still there. Now it's not. There we go. We're back.
Let's
Look
go.
at that.
We're back.
Look at that. Angel's wearing the Moist Talkers jersey.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, and I'm actually gonna zoom in on that. Let me look at that jersey. That's cute.
Thank you.
That is very cute. Oh no, the peanuts, they begin.
The peanuts! Oh my god, I did avoid it in
begin.
time.
As expected. As expected.
Yield to the fire.
Ah! Okay.
There you go.
Thank you.
Also,
Anyway.
just to know, chat and Corbota, I am eating a hot dog and fries for dinner as a, I
Oh
think,
my
a
God.
baseball cuisine. Not timed. This was just by coincidence. So.
Baseball cuisine hot dogs, absolutely. French fries, less common, but they definitely still sell those. I have had some really good French fries at the ballpark. I had my first ever poutine at the ballpark, which it was
hell yeah.
It was like some kind of weird fucked up American poutine, but it was a poutine.
I mean, poutine is poutine, so.
I think I had something that I had a regular poutine there, and I also had something they called an Irish poutine.
Oh?
If you were a true Blaseball fan, you'd be eating a slushie. Trust me, I had a few slushies in Blaseball, don't worry. I had a thing at the ballpark called an Irish poutine, which was like waffle fries, like waffle cut fries, covered in, like, obviously it had like chunks of, I assume, mozzarella cheese. It had a garlic sauce on top and like a bunch of shredded Parmesan.
Oh, that does sound good.
It was so garlicky that it was actually kind of spicy. Like, I don't know how to explain to you that they made garlic spicy, but it was spicy garlic. There was so much garlic on that shit.
Interesting.
I probably fucking reeked when I came home, my god. But it was good. Let me double check and make sure my microphone and everything's all good. Turn on a little bit of noise reduction, just a tiny bit, because I think that was an issue last time. Yep. Before we get into where we left off last time, I wanted to go over a few things I didn't really give myself the time to go over last time. And I want to give some warnings before I go on. The best warning I can give is the fact that I think this is going to be a 3-part series, not a 2-part. Originally I was thinking just I'm gonna rush through this and do it in one sitting last time, but I started the stream late yesterday, and I didn't realize how much I'd have to talk about, because has it been 2 years since Blaseball died? Like, going back over things, it's like, man, so much actually did happen, didn't it? This game is way more complex than even I remembered. So there's a lot more to talk about than I remembered. Plus, I started a little bit late, and now I'm doing it during the work days, and it is a busy week for me. 2 years? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it died in June of 2022 is when we were told it was over. Oh.
Maybe.
It hasn't been that long, has it? Has it? I think it has, Winter. I'm sorry. Trust me, it hurts me too. So I wanted to go over a few older things. I'll start getting into the expansion era. I'm probably not going to finish it, because if you know the expansion era like I do, you know that is nothing like the discipline era. It's going to get stupid. And I want to talk about some of the players, at least, maybe not exactly player like lore like the fans had written, but just kind of like the history of them and why they're important. Because I'm going to be talking later on, and I'm going to like casually mention York Silk, and people are going to be like, who's York Silk? And I'll have to just mention who York Silk is. Like, there's players that, when you've been watching the game for as long as we have, this was a game that, this is going to sound insane to somebody who probably has played Blaseball, or has been here to watch Blaseball. I'm pretty sure we could arguably say Blaseball only existed for 6 months. Because the game would go on for about a week, Then there'd be like a day or two of nothing happening. Because that would be like when the championships happen and when they're tallying the results of like the elections. And then every once in a while there'd be just like a week or two off. And then there'd be like these massive grand siestas where it would be like 2 months where there's no gameplay. And the game only lasted like 2 years. So these massive hiatuses, these days off, these weeks off, all this, like the game only technically ran for like 6 months. But like they shoved everything in those 6 months. If you were there, you were being bombarded with information at a constant rate.
Ugh.
So there is like 6 months of information I have to talk about here, but you have to understand that this 6 month of information was spread out over the period of basically 2 years, and we were told that there was going to be more before it got canceled. So it was so much. So it's not surprising I'm also missing things as I'm going through this list.
Mhm.
So I want to go over one more thing before we finish off here, and that is right around season 10, right after we beat the giant peanut god. It was all so much so fast. It was. And of course, I'm only talking about the game itself. As I mentioned, like half the game itself was just the interactions with the community in the Discords. You didn't even have to be active in the Discord, but like the Discord, of course, had its impacts on the game. And if you were active in the Discord, that was over half the game itself, trying to come up with these strategies and running these stories and stuff. So I'm only talking about half the game here, barely. But I wanted to talk about season 10, right around the time when we had killed the giant peanut god. I mentioned that at some point, well, actually, I kind of showed it. The squid mentioned something about the boss being on her way.
Mhm.
And I had told you guys about how the boss was actually this giant coin, I suppose. I forgot she actually showed up at the end of season 10 to talk to us.
Oh shit, really?
She did. So I actually
Huh.
got a little bit of it here, where the giant squid shows up, and he says, "Oh, here she is," because she shows up right around the very beginning of season 11, I believe, is when she shows up. Let's see. So as you can see, here's what she looks like. Like I said, she is just a coin. And the funniest thing about this coin is, this was an actual coin that was being sold on eBay, I believe. They didn't even go and look for a stock image. They just went on eBay and like ripped an image of like a Roman coin that they found on eBay. And
Hell yeah.
I'm pretty sure that guy who was in our stream yesterday, Joey T. Badger, he found that coin on eBay and bought it.
What?
So Joey literally owns this coin. So shout out to Joey. I'm pretty sure it was Joey who bought it. I could be wrong. But let's see. This was season 10, and I should hopefully it says in here what she said. Where would the text be? Where she showed up. The next day, the boss arrived to announce that Blaseball was under new ownership, as well as the promotion of the promotion of the commissioner to the CEO of the Internet League Blaseball. She announced that there would be a grand siesta following season 11, and made repeated claims that Blaseball was unfair and that the future was in fair play.
Oh boy.
I want to believe that this whole thing about promoting Parker to being the CEO may have been a way to cover her ass for the wire fraud.
Oh my god, maybe.
That's my assumption, at least.
Joey
owns the boss. I think he does. But yeah, she was basically saying that Blaseball is an unfair game. It will be fair in the future. I want to see if I can get the exact line of her. I wish I could skip ahead in time less than 30 seconds. We'd like to have everybody's attention. We've done a deal. We're fans just like you. It's been unfair. Fair play is in the future. And that future begins right now. A grand siesta will follow season 11. We've finally started investing in Blaseball. We're going to build. We'll be working directly with our new CEO, Parker McMillan III.
Uh-huh.
It's the dawn of a whole new era. Well, she sure was right about that. So, let's see, what else was there? I forgot to mention that, because I completely forgot she had showed up and talked about that. We're fans, just like you, she says. Where else was there something? This is the page for season 10. The black hole thing. I mentioned that something else had gotten elected and the black hole showed up
Oh,
anyway.
yeah.
I got it kind of backwards. What happened
What?
was, I guess during the actual season, I think because of the whole final boss thing that happened with the giant peanut god, they had rolled the results of the election early. Like, kind of behind the scenes, they had rolled the election of, they had, like, tallied all the poll for the election and stuff like that. And Black Hole was the thing that won, but because they did it early, like, on the back end of the website before the boss fight happened, it activated early, which is why, prior to the giant boss fight, the Black Hole activated, seemingly out of nowhere. So that was the thing that activated. It was actually voted for. It just happened way earlier than people thought because they didn't even know it won before it happened. Anyway, I do really like the other options that were available in the Season 10 election. They're both very interesting. Eliminator says every time a team hits a home run, there's a chance that your opponent loses a hitter for the remainder of the game. That would have been kind of funny. I don't know what would have happened, but the image of a catapult makes me think they get launched out of the field. And then there was self-destruct. When your team is shamed to initiate the countdown. I don't know what that means, and that is terrifying. I don't know what that is, and maybe it's a good thing that didn't get voted? I don't know what that means.
I feel like the countdown would have just, like, exploded the world or something of the sort. Like,
Yes.
knowing Blaseball, it feels like it could happen.
I don't think it would have, like... I don't know, this late into the game, who knows what would have happened? But I doubt it would have been something so terrible as to, like, ruin the game or anything like that.
I guess,
but you can't
yeah.
just say initiate the countdown and not tell me what it means on a self-destruct sequence, you know? Like, something bad would happen, I just don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's like when we did the book and, like, we were just like, well, this is a thing that's happening now. I mean, we pressed the button, but, like, well...
There's also been a good number of blessings I've kind of been ignoring, because the blessings aren't really important, they're just little additions, but they're always something funny. If I remember correctly, I could be wrong, but I believe this season, Season 10, was it sponsored by the game Airport for Dogs?
I know one of it was, I think I saw.
Yeah, one of the seasons was sponsored by an Airport for Dogs. Yeah, this season is sponsored by an Airport for Dogs. That's what it just said right there.
Yep.
I could find it. It said it for just a second. So as a thing you were allowed to vote for that season, you were allowed to vote to give one of your players an actual airplane. It's an item that the player would equip. A random player on your team scores 0.2 runs on every stolen base next season. Kindre!
Hello!
What the crap, I'm live? Yes, I am. Hi.
Blaseball.
Can you believe it? I'm trying to explain what Blaseball is again. Except this time I'm actually doing it.
Part 2.
Yeah, so that means, like, you didn't even have to actually score a run. As long as you stole a base, you scored 0.2 runs. You're getting decimal numbers here. Which is stupid. But that also meant that there was also a player who was literally carrying around a literal airplane. Every time they'd go up to bat, it would say, I'm pretty sure it was the player Thomas Dracana, who was the vampire I'd mentioned earlier, who was the one who won the airplane. So it would just say, Thomas Dracana steps up to bat wielding a literal airplane. My favorite version of you is the one that talks about Blaseball a lot. Well, welcome. This is where that version of me is. Dracana, yeah. Thomas Dracana. But so I'm just kind of giving that as an example of, like, weird funny items. This one was pretty intense. Dr. Smedley's umpire cream. Rub it in your team is permanently fireproof. The Hades Tigers ended up getting their hands on this, which, if you could tell by the team's name, Hades Tigers, the team was oftentimes said by fans to be a team literally from hell. What is it? Was it the controversial one? I think? Are you referring to, like, was this the blessing that was controversial? The one that made the Tigers immortal?
What?
I assume so. It literally says what it means. Your team becomes fireproof permanently. The Hades Tigers were the ones who won that because they put a lot of blessings into it. Oh, blessings, never mind. I don't know what you're talking about then, sadly. Maybe I'll get to it. But yeah, from this point on, because the Hades Tigers managed to win this blessing, they were permanently immune to incinerations. Nobody on the Tigers team was ever allowed to die anymore. No more umpire issues. In fact, it was kind of funny. Anytime an umpire tried to kill somebody on the Hades Tigers, the fire would basically get reflected and incinerate the umpire instead, and everybody cheered for it. It's cool. I'll DM it to you so you know, but you'll get to it. Okay. What Metal Gear games should you play next? Which Metal Gear games have you played? Because my recommendations for Metal Gear games, if you're new to the Metal Gear series, only the NES one. Oh shit, you played the NES one, not the other version. I can't even remember. I can't remember the name of the computer system that actually ran the original one. Okay. My recommendations for Metal Gear, if you've never played Metal Gear, are always 1, 2, 3, and Revengeance. 4 and 5 are decent games, but I want to say they're only really good if you have a deep understanding. Metal Gear Solid, I mean, sorry, not just Metal Gear. Metal Gear Solid 1. 4 and 5 are great games as well on their own front, but they're so story heavy that I feel like you'll be kind of confused on a few things. You'll still have fun with those games, but you won't really understand what's happening. 1, 2, and 3 Metal Gear Solids are decent games you can kind of go in on their own. I would recommend playing Metal Gear Solid 1 before 2, but 3 you can just kind of go in whenever. And then Revengeance is just Revengeance. If you've never played Revengeance, it is completely on its own, and it's just funny. Metal Gear Solid 1 it is. Now, if I could say... You've already beaten Revengeance, okay. There's two versions of Metal Gear Solid 1. There's the PlayStation Metal Gear Solid 1, and then there's Metal Gear Solid The Twin Snakes on GameCube, which is a remake. So I think it's up to you as to which one you want to play. I don't remember what the major differences are between the two, aside from graphical overhaul. And probably a few, like, control changes and stuff like that. So, I guess if you want to start with Metal Gear Solid 1, you could go with either one of those. Not sure what would be better? I don't know either, because I've only ever played Metal Gear Solid 1 on PlayStation. That's the version I have. You could probably go online and look up maybe comparisons or whatever versions you're looking for. PlayStation it is? Okay. I would also say, if you've never played a Metal Gear Solid game, like the original Metal Gear Solids, don't be afraid to pull up a guide. You might want a guide at some point. They can get a little tricky. That's about it, though. I wish you luck, my friend.
Good luck.
Yeah, so I'm just kind of looking over the blessings here, trying to see, like, which of these are important to point out, because now that we're up to Season 10, some of these blessings start becoming a little bit more important. Or at least they're more interesting. It's no longer just here's a stat buff. It's like, here's something that changes your team in some interesting way. It gave teams and players a reason to fight over these blessings instead of just taking it as random. Big thanks, Strimmer. No problem. So yeah, a player got a funny item that solidified the existence of decimal runs. Runs are no longer just a flat number of, like, 1 run, 2 run. Now it could be 1.2. Because this guy can hold an airplane and get decimals. The Umpire Cream, of course, makes an entire team permanently fireproof. So there will never ever be a Tigers player, or a player who is on the Tigers, who will ever be incinerated, because they will always bounce the fire back at the umpires, and it's funny. The nut button says, your team is no longer allergic to peanuts. I remember the firefighters were fighting over this blessing. They wanted this really bad. Once the Great Shelled one was defeated, peanut weather changed. It was no longer like a 50-50 shot that your team would get a stat buff or a stat decrease. The peanuts had all gone rotten, and the only thing they ever did was basically nothing, but sometimes your players would be allergic to peanuts. And if a player was allergic to peanuts in peanut weather, they would have a random chance of having a pretty significant stat drop. They would basically have an allergic reaction in the middle of the field and have a permanent stat drop. There was no such thing as a positive stat buff to a peanut anymore, unless that player had a very, very rare status effect called a yummy, where they actually liked the taste of these gross peanuts. The peanuts were pretty much exclusively a negative thing from that point on, causing allergic reactions. Also, you DM'd me? Let me see what you were talking about. Oh, you're talking about that thing. It was not an amulet. I know what you're talking about. I'm pretty sure it was it's the Iffy Junior. I'll talk about the Iffy Junior. I don't know. Did the Iffy Junior exist at this point yet? It might have. There is a player. Hi, Coat. There's a player who played for the Miami Dale, known as Raul Leal. Raul Leal. They played for the Miami Dale, and they had an item known as the Iffy Junior. And it was quote unquote a sawed-off bat. Kind of like what you'd imagine from like a sawed-off shotgun. It was a sawed-off bat. Let me see. What are you sending me? Why are you sending a link to Vim in my stream, Kendra? Pain, suffering, what is this? No longer available. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Vim's is going through some shit.
It's been going through some shit.
Vim's been going through some shit for a while. But yeah, if you've ever heard the term of a sawed-off shotgun, Raul Leal had a sawed-off bat. It was a bat that was literally cut in half. So, holding on to this bat completely tanked Leal's stats in every single way. The name Iffy Jr. is a reference to world-famous actual baseball player Ken Griffey Jr. It's just the name is cut in half. It's only the second half of the name Iffy Jr. But the reason that this item was so important is because something about the Iffy bat made it so Raul Leal was allowed to defend their team from umpires somehow. There's this really cool fan art of it. Let me see. Iffy Jr. There's this really fucking cool fan art of what somebody believes what the Iffy Jr. did. It'll load. Where anytime somebody on the team for the Miami Dale was going to be incinerated by an umpire, the Iffy Jr. would activate and incinerate the umpire instead.
God damn.
But Raul Leal's stats were basically set to 0. So you always had one player on your team who was nothing but like a broken link. Every time this player went up to bat, they would always strike out. Anytime they were in the field, they would fail to catch the ball. If they were ever set to pitch, which I don't think Raul ever had to do, it would have been absolutely dreadful. But they were like a shield for the entire team. So at this point in time, we have two teams that are basically immune to incinerations. We have the Hades Tigers, who are immune because of a status effect that affects the entire team forever. And we have the Miami Dale because one of the players is holding an item that defends the team. So that's what Winter's talking about. I might get a chance to talk about that later. I'll be sure to bring that up if it comes up again. Let's see. A bunch of other random items. Noise canceling headphones protects the player from feedback. Bird seed makes it so birds will unshell your players much more often. So I'm guessing that was like a full team status effect. So like you have bird seed and the birds would come down and unshell players on your team. Let me see. Blood types was something funny. This one in particular, oh no blood type, I really want to mention. Oh, no? Blood types were basically it was just basically a new status effect that affected your entire team, and they did funny things. Kind of similar how I pointed out that one of the players had a blood type that was called Love. Different blood types would give players different abilities instead of just doing nothing. Something like all the old ones, having A blood, AAA blood, Love blood, Fire, Acid, all these different things. They didn't do anything, but the ones you received from these blessings were fancy, and they did stuff. So this blessing says, oh no blood type, oh yes, give your entire team oh no blood type. And in this case, where's oh no? Oh no blood type. It'll tell me what it did. The magic. Players with oh no cannot be struck out when there are 0 balls on the count. So if a pitcher has not thrown a ball yet, it's not a strike but a ball, the opposite of a strike. If the pitcher has not made a single mistake yet, the player at bat can't be struck out. They have to be. The pitcher has to at least throw one bad strike before they could strike out the player, which, if they were already at 2 strikes and they were going to pitch a 3rd strike, and they haven't pitched a ball yet, the batter would instead hit a foul ball and send that ball kind of flying sideways, and the pitcher would just have to try again.
Oh.
So that's basically what that means. You're not allowed to strike out unless the pitcher makes a mistake. And I want to point this one out in particular because that one's funny. Well, we can get to what that one does later. I might be able to get to it now, but I'm not sure when it becomes important. It was... No, I know exactly when it was important. It was like the very beginning of Season 12, which I'm going to get into. So don't worry. We'll talk about No Blood. That'll be quick.
Okay.
Anything else? Walk in the Park. Haunted players. Haunted was a funny stats effect where every once in a while when a player went up to bat or went up to pitch or something, instead of pitching as or batting as themselves, it would say they got possessed by a player who was incinerated previously in the past, and then their stats would be replaced by that player's stats. So it was almost
or temporarily,
just for, I don't know if it was just that at bat or that game, but it was basically like your player was temporarily replaced with a player who had previously died. It was not like, I think Esme Ramses was a name of a player who was haunted. I know that name came up a lot. If Esme Ramses went up to bat and then they got haunted, it's like Esme Ramses was just not even there anymore. It was just that dead player, which was cool. You got to see the ghosts come up to bat every once in a while, but they were treated as if they were just fully alive. It was just a player was up there, and it's this guy. Remember this guy? It was always kind of fun seeing an old player on your team haunt one of these like haunted players and just be like, "There's my buddy. I love that guy. He's playing again," and then he's like gone for like another 2 seasons. Let's see. Shadow Band, Dark Star. Any of these else important? Some of these were like whole division things, like improve your entire division's hitting by 10%, but reduce their pitching by 5%. So it's like, okay, that's cool for everybody involved, I guess. Can't wait for Winter's Ghost to haunt me for the same reaction. Heck yeah. Steal 3 random teams from the Internet Series Champ. I didn't know they actually did that twice. That's not champs in the making.
Oh.
One of my favorite blessings that ever happened, which resulted in one of my favorite players coming to my team, was one called Champs in the Making that did the exact same thing. So that's just like a reroll of my favorite one. It's nothing important. It was just literally steal some players from the winning team. Yeah. It just says steal 3 random players from the Internet Series Champion for that season. So somebody won this. Some team won this. I don't know which team won this. You what? Oh. Hi, Spade!
Oh!
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Here, and today I am trapped at...
Welcome to Blaseball.
Oh god, that read does not show up the way...
It should be.
Yeah, it's not showing up the way it showed itself on the display when I was setting that up. Never mind. Anyway, hi everybody! I'm going to be talking bullshit for hours!
Yay!
Are you guys ready for me to talk bullshit for hours? I'm just kind of starting up on it. I'm just kind of warming things up a bit.
Get your hot dogs, get your corn dogs, get any type of dog.
Get your hot
we got
dogs here.
baseball. We got
Chicago-style
baseball.
hot dogs. If you put ketchup on it, I'll kill you.
Ah shit! I don't see anything.
The peanuts.
The peanuts. Thank you. Distraction. Ah.
Don't choke on the fucking hot dog, please. I heard you bite into that. Oh god.
No, it's fine.
Anyway, I think I've pretty much covered everything I wanted to talk about, aside from the famous players, like I mentioned. Oh my god, the peanuts! I guess that's what happens when I get rated, right? I got so many people in here now.
Yep.
Okay. Hi, everybody. So before I go on to talk about what happened in Season 12's onward, I want to talk about some of the famous players of Blaseball. Just because I feel like if they're famous, I'm going to be mentioning them a few times, and having a very brief moment to talk about big names is going to be maybe at least helpful for some people. I can just mention some players are famous and some players are not. Jalen, yeah, there's Jalen. You see that name there, Jalen Hot Dog Fingers? That's a famous one. Everybody knows her.
I love Jalen.
Jalen. Okay, I'm literally just gonna go over this list and tell you how many of these names are important to me and how the game has gone on. Ow. How many of these, like, I'll try and see if, like, any of them are plot relevant or at least important in any way. That's the season we had her. Oh yeah, look, she's on the Shoe Thieves. Neat. Okay. The section's popular, but, like, again, no major plot relevant thing. Jalen is Jalen Hot Dog Fingers. We've talked about her a lot last stream.
Oh yeah.
Nagomi McDaniels is a very famous player just because stats very good. I want you to notice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stars in batting. The average at this point in the game is like 3. So she is like twice as good as anybody else. Also, she also has Fire Eater, which makes it so she can't be incinerated, which is cool. If somebody tries to incinerate her, she would instead eat the fire and then use that fire to supercharge a bat swing and hit a home run immediately after every time.
God damn.
Which is cool as hell. And then she'll still bite people a lot. That's why her stats are so big, I think, is because she would oftentimes bite people way more often and strain their stats. God, Jalen was almost in every single league team, swear to God. Shout out to the Firefighters for never having a single famous player in their entire career, except for maybe Gabriel Griffith. I definitely count him as being a bit of a celebrity, but only just because he was good. He never did anything plot relevant. He was just really good. Firefighters suck anyways. Yeah, we always suck. We rock because of that. Griffith! My man, fuck Gabriel Griffith. We'll get to him eventually. Kennedy losers, cut Ash money. Polka Dot Patterson is, at this point in the game, one of the greatest pitchers of all time, or at least insanely good at this point. Plot relevant because they interacted with the giant squid.
Yep.
And I know as the game goes on, they will continue to get better at pitching. So this Polka Dot Patterson is like a master of being a good pitcher alongside early game Jalen. Jalen only has 4 stars pitching, but when this game first started, that was like, she was the best pitcher. Polka Dot Patterson slowly, I guess, beat her somehow, and will proceed to go on to being one of the best pitchers ever. Jalen is, in history, one of the best pitchers, but only because of the history of it. She doesn't actually remain being, like, one of the greatest. She's just the most plot-relevant character to ever exist. Whose kicks are kicks, yeah, hell yeah. Peanut Duffy is only really important because a funny Peanut thing happened. Peanut. Pitching Machine, of course, is Pitching Machine. We all love Pitching Machine.
We love Pitching Machine. Come on.
Jessica Telephone is like the celebrity of Blaseball. She's famous because of how high her batting stars are. She had received a thing very early in the game to make her the best batter in the game at the time. She even has her own unique personal item called the dial tone. And of course she was popular enough to be shelled, and she got pulled into the Shelled Once pods. She was plot relevant. She was one of the best. Like, she is like a celebrity. Yep. She didn't have anything majorly as plot relevant happen to her as Jalen Hot Dog Fingers, but she's probably the second most famous player in the league. York Silk is just a very, very good player. He has his own personal weapon called the Vibe Check, which I believe was a gunblade. I believe it was said to be a gunblade, and it's called the Vibe Check. And his pregame ritual is LARPing, and he likes lots of sugar in his coffee. A lot of fans lured and wrote York Silk to be a literal 14-year-old prodigy. Like, if this kid was around nowadays, he'd love Skibbity Toilet. That's all I'm saying.
Oh,
York Silk is a young kid, and also on the merch website for a while they were selling a York Silk's t-shirt, and it was like the children's little street carpet, you know, like where like kids would drive their little like Hot Wheels cars on the carpet because it had like all the streets and stuff.
I saw. Oh,
yeah, that's what people usually drew him in. He was always wearing that, which was cute. Metal Gear Time, I love your friend. Bye bye, goodbye, Ginray.
Bye bye, Ginray.
So just know York Silk, young kid, really fucking good, 5-star batter, good defense, has his own personal weapon. Blood Hamburger is funny because funny name. Nothing
funny name.
else really. He likes to eat grass. Let's see. Thomas Dracana, famous player for being really good at 2 things and also being a vampire, I guess. Very popular player. That's about it. Again, he had an entire airplane for a while. Blood Hamburger, let's go. So glad I stayed for grass eating arc. You would love Blood Hamburger, Gendry. I believe that. Han Fox is a popular name, but I don't believe they've ever done anything interesting. Axel Trollolol was a very good player. Just good. Sounds correct, yeah. Something kind of funny happened with Axel Trollolol, if I remember correctly. During the final boss fight, where Jalen Hotdog Fingers and the Pods and the Hall Stars were fighting against each other, Jalen was doing that funny thing where she was jumping back and forth between the two teams and doing like sabotage things. It was never just like a clean jump. She didn't just jump from one team to the other. It was always a trade. She would jump from the Shelled One's Pods onto the Hull Stars, and she would trade places with somebody. And then she would jump from the Hull Stars to the Shelled One's Pods, and she would trade with somebody. And when the game was over, everybody who was on the Shelled One's Pods returned to Blaseball as a regular player again. They kind of were released from the Shelled One, I guess. And everybody who was on the Hull Stars, the team of the dead players, returned back to the Hall. But due to this funky jumping and trading, when the game ended, Axel Trololo went from being on the Shelled One's Pods to being on the Hull Stars. And when the Hull Stars went away, he went with them. So you can basically say he died without being incinerated. He basically he was traded to be on the team of the undead, and then the undead team left. So he's not important, it's just kind of one of the funky things that happened. Rest in peace to this guy, he was really cool, he had an arm cannon. That did mean Jalen came back from the dead again after that, though, because she was I believe she was on the Hull Stars at the time and ended on the Shelled One's Pods, and then was returned back to the game again. Paul Turnip. Winnie Hess, at this point in the game, her stats are very high. And she has the siphon thing, which of course means vampire blood sucking. You bite people, their stats get higher. Winnie Hess will go on to be one of the highest starred players in the entire game. Keep an eye on her when it comes to keeping an eye on power creep in this game. If you wanna pay attention to power creep, this is power creep. This is the end of season 10. She has the highest stat she has in anything is 5. 5 batting, 5 running, 4.5 pitching, 4 defense. 5 is like the baseline here.
Okay.
I think the idol board is pretty much a good example of all the famous players, and I feel like I kind of went over everybody who's important here. Some new important players will come up later. I might be able to check the Hall of Flame and see if anybody else is important in here. Oh, look, I didn't even notice that. There was a blue line above the 14th line, below the 14th line on the Hall of Flame. I guess this was showing who was going to be on the team. That's cool. I didn't notice that.
Neat.
Other important names. Sebastian Telephone, I think I referred to before, being the twin sibling of Jessica Telephone, who died very early. He's just kind of a tragic character who, due to a whole bunch of different situations, arguably died 3 times, and it's just kind of funnier and funnier if you're somebody who doesn't like Jessica Telephone because she's too popular and too good. And like she has a twin brother that died, and then like he just keeps dying. It's a little bit funny. But if you're somebody who likes these kind of stories, I want you to know there is an entire fan-made Blaseball musical focusing on Sebastian Telephone, so he's popular. Tillman Henderson, everybody fucking hates him and he owes you $50. Every situation that ever came up involving Tillman Henderson was something that kicked somebody else in the butt some way or another. Fans always wrote him to be a complete and utter asshole. He was a piece of shit. He was kind of like an abusive ex kind of dude. And it was a running joke that he owed you $50. No matter who you were, he always borrowed $50 and he'd never give it back.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even notice. Fuck, damn it.
Hi, Rock.
Hello.
I believe what was it? Just as an example, people were trying to bring Jalen Hotdog Fingers into the 14th place at some point on the idol board. I think it was like during this point where I am in the game right now. League, idol. Yeah, during this point here where all these different weather effects were here, they saw the microphone next to 14, and fans were trying to put Jalen Hotdog Finger here because her number was 14, and they were very close to doing it, but somebody put Tillman Henderson there instead for no reason, because people like to mess around with Tillman. He's a piece of shit. So that's what you gotta know about Tillman, is he's a piece of shit and everybody fucking hates him, but he has a lot of fans because everybody fucking hates him. So, shout out to Tillman. He's the only character in Blaseball who had an official body pillow sold on the merchandise website.
Oh shit.
He's the kind of dude where people sold body pillows of him. Scorpler. Anybody else important? Moody Cookbook's only Moody Cookbook's cool, but that's only because fans have made a actual cookbook on the merchandise website you were allowed to buy, and nowadays it's just available as a free PDF, and it's literally said to be him. You can buy it.
Oh wow.
Jose Haley's funny to me and nobody else, and like all of the I say nobody else, but all of the Wild Wings fans, we like to joke about Jose Haley.
Winter. You say that, it makes me nervous. I'm trying to find this so-called body pillow.
He's very Gabriel, you could say. Yeah, arguably.
Yeah.
I don't know.
For me, that's a lot.
One of my favorite players all time, Declan Suzanne, was oftentimes shipped with Tillman Henderson, and Declan Suzanne was like a sad little meow meow cat boy, like plays his Xbox all day and is just here to try and help. And he's like Tillman's boyfriend / maybe ex-boyfriend. Tillman was not good for him, kind of deal.
I see.
Famous player Torby Soul. I've already pointed out why. This is actually one of the few instances where it's not crashing upon pulling up Torby's page. Check it out. Yeah, baby! Pay tribute. I can pay tribute. I don't have any peanuts on me right now. I can't pay tribute. I don't think anybody else is all that famous to point out. I guess Thomas Kirby must have just died at this point. Shout out to my boy Thomas. I miss him. Thomas, the only cishet man in Blaseball. Okay, so I guess we can go forward. I've explained all the popular players that I can think of that existed at this time. If anybody else comes up, I'll try my best to explain them. Season 10, Season 11. I talked about the coffee cup. Season 12. Okay.
Oh my god, I found it.
you found the Tillman Henderson body pillow. Can you send it to me so I can put it on screen?
Yeah, this is the archive version of it. Give me a sec. Yep.
I'll show the world this guy.
It has the images are saved, surprisingly.
Awesome.
Of course it would. Out of all the things to get saved on the site.
If you notice you can't see it on stream, but the tab, actually you can see it here, the fucking shorts emoji, kind of similar to the whole haha get stick bugged meme. It became a very common joke in the Blaseball Discord to say get Tillmaned, and they would just post an emoji of like shorts. They would usually like spoiler it and force you into clicking on it, and then you'd click on some spoiler and it would be like get Tillmaned shorts emoji. Just to mock this because of this guy. Go fuck yourself. Get Tillman. This fucking guy.
This fucking guy.
What a loser. Anyway.
Anyway.
Fucking hate this guy. He owes me $50.
He also owes me $50 and I didn't even notice.
Let's see. What else is there? The Ascension. After season 10, after the giant peanut god was killed, I had mentioned last stream that the first team to ever win 3 championships would ascend, and the championship in which the Crabs had won that season was their 3rd championship. So, after the giant peanut god was killed and we went on to season 11, the Baltimore Crabs team was gone. All we knew is that they ascended, and in their place was a brand new team called the Tokyo Lift. So, 11 seasons into the game, and suddenly this whole new team shows up with a whole new cast of players. So a lot of new fans to Blaseball kind of jumped onto this new team, and this new team was like, they weren't around for very long, so they didn't have any of the previous power creep, so their stats were pretty low, and it was all a lot of just like trying to support this team the best they could to make them stand up against everybody else. And it was kind of fun. They were like the underdogs in a way. I don't remember exactly when fans were able to start noticing it. It might have been around season 12. I'll get into it when I get to here. Okay, so the return. After the long grand siesta, which was I think like a couple months, you may ask yourself, do I only like bad teams? Maybe Winter. Listen, you're like me. You like underdogs. That's just how this works. I don't remember how long the Grand Siesta was, but it was a few months, I think. Blaseball returned with a great deal of new systems and mechanics to mark the era of peace and prosperity. According to an issue of the Blaseball Beat, which was an email that was sent out every once in a while as like a news source, Blaseball has been gone for more than a decade. So the way time works in Blaseball, of course, is not the same as time in ours. So to us, the Grand Siesta was a few months, but in Blaseball time, that was more than a decade of time between us killing the god and Blaseball coming back. Fans speculated that the absence of Blaseball is closer to maybe 18 years using the length of normal season measurements. So, sheesh. Okay. During its absence, new ownership revamped several systems for fans, seemingly in the interest of fairness. The concession stand area had replaced the old shop, offering fans a new inventory called a snack pack. I could probably show that on the before really quick. So, if I go to... If that's the concession. Yep, that's it. That's it.
Oh,
yep.
concessions? Oh, hold on.
Anyway, if I go to Season 10 and I check the shop, we can see it's a bunch of... Good Lord, Winter. Oh, good Lord. It's a bunch of pendants and other random things. This pendant is like... when your idol gets a hit, you earn 5 coins. When your idol hits a home run, you gain 50 coins. It's a bunch of, like, pendants and stuff like that. Starting in Season 12, however, the shop was replaced with a concession stand, which was arguably the same thing, but with a new coat of paint. If I go to the shop, we'll see it's a concession stand now. Here we go. Season sponsored by Space Warlord Organ Training Simulator. And now, instead of just having a few items, you know how you have a pocket here of 8 items? You were able to, let's say, buy a slice of pizza. Hot Slice allows participation in ballpark renovations and ballpark planning. Hot Dog, earn 20 coins whenever your idol hits a home run. So, am I not allowed to buy any of these? I guess I'm not allowed to buy...
They're also... No,
Actually,
there's some.
There's some things I could buy. So in this case, stale popcorn, for example. Earn 10 coins when your team loses. So I could buy some of those, and you could buy a whole bunch of them, actually. And every single time you buy them, the price goes up a little bit, but you can buy a ton of them. So it says I own 29 stale popcorns. And now I earn 245 coins every time my team loses. So even when I'm not playing the game, as long as I have some of these items in my bag, I'm going to consistently make money, which is neat. But of course you have to keep buying them. So it's all about trying to do money optimization, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
What does this do again? Okay, buy a 3-card tarot spread ahead of the... Okay, so tarot card readings are a thing that'll happen later, but this was just something you could buy for fun, where you click on it, and it would just give you 3 tarot cards. So if you knew anything about tarot card readings, this game allowed you to get your own tarot card reading by just...
Oh, hell yeah!
It only cost 9 coins. It was something a little silly. It didn't really do anything. It was just silly, I guess. At least as far as I'm aware, it didn't do anything. It literally just shows you 3 tarot cards at random. Let's see. Concession stand. New snack pack allowed you to hold 8 items at once, such as votes, peanuts, and snacks that offer similar functionality to the pendants. Fans can also purchase new items that allow them to look in... That's right. Let me look at that really quick. Was it Apple? Look at advanced stats. Ballpark renovations. Which one of these was for looking at the, shadows? Oh, the Apple does both of them. Okay. So the Apple of Knowledge is an important item that you may like. So in this case, the game has randomly assigned me to this website will randomly assign you to a team. So in this case, I'm randomly assigned to the Shoe Thieves. So let's look at the Shoe Thieves really quick. Okay. Here's the team like usual. We could look at Velasquez Elstad. And here's all their stats like normal. We got 4 stars, 3, 2, whatever. We got noise canceling headphones, cool. But because we have the Apple, we're now allowed to see the secret stats. This is basically... I mentioned last stream that these stats are basically summaries of other stats. Like this player has 3.5 batting stat. Those stats are basically summary of these stats. And knowing what these stats... And this doesn't exactly tell you what the stats do either. It's just funny names to apply to things. The first stat listed is anti-capitalism. Like, what the fuck does that do? Have fun trying to figure that out. But these stats did have actual impacts on the game. I remember one of the stats that was important that I remember very well is ruthlessness. Divinity. Yeah, divinity is a stat for sure. Ruthlessness, as an example, was how good of an aim your pitcher had, and thus when they're pitching, how often will they pitch in the strike zone instead of pitching outside the strike zone. So your pitcher could have like maybe 2 stars in pitching or something, but if they have a very high ruthlessness stat, they're not going to throw a lot of balls. It's always going to be either a strike or a hit. So you can have some players that have like the exact same pitching stat of like 2.5, but they would all do different things. And this was your way of kind of seeing what they were. So we got, yeah, as you're just calling out stats that are funny. There's a lot of good ones. Base thirst is probably pretty obvious. It's how much your player wants to steal bases when they're on base. There's buoyancy, chassiness, cinnamon, which I know cinnamon had to do with the player's vibes, and I still don't know exactly what vibes did. Coldness, I think, was a stat nobody really understood. Continuation, divinity, ground friction, indulgence, laser-likeness, martyrdom, muscleitude,
Patheticism?
yeah, patheticism, yeah. How pathetic of a player are they? Yeah, are they a poor little meow meow?
Are they not?
Pressurization. Buoyancy is a mystery mouse tool that'll help us later. Shut up, yes it is. Maybe. Shakespeareanism, tenaciousness, thwackability. Total number of unthwackability, yeah. Thwackability was like a batting stat, and unthwackability was a pitching stat. Tragicness, and then total number of fingers, 12. It was very rare for a player to have actually exactly 10 fingers, if I remember correctly. Like, this one has 13.
Okay.
This one has 11.
Not. Okay,
Here's
so
Blood
like
Hamburger. Blood has 11. Shout out to
okay.
Blood Hamburger eating grass.
Hell yeah, Blood Hamburger.
So that's the secret stats, and then it also gave you access to the shadows. And as I mentioned before, the shadows are basically like your team's bench. These are players who exist on your team. These are real players, and they belong to your team. It's just, they're on the back burner right now, and they're not playing. Things in the future will allow you to trade players in and out of your shadows. So people who knew their team as just like, here's the players that are on our team, were suddenly like, whoa, we have all these guys. Who the fuck are these guys? I've never heard of these guys before. And just as an example, I actually don't recognize pretty much any of these either. There's some players who are in the shadows and they just never leave the shadows, just because there's so many players and some of them are shit. Like, I think I remember the name Gallup Murphy, but I don't think Winnie Loser ever came out of the shadows. They never had a reason to pull Winnie out, because why would you? Look at this.
It has the last name is Loser. I know, like.
Right. Just because your last name's Loser doesn't mean you're a bad player. There are some good losers out there. But yeah, that's the bench. Just because you're on the bench doesn't mean you're ever going to come out. So that's so now we have access to these phony interesting stats, and we have access to suddenly this new list of players that nobody knew we had before, which is cool. We also gain access to wills. Put it on by teams with 2 granted to each team each season. Wills were basically the same thing as the election normally was. So in this case, you have the decrees, which I said are based on community democratic vote, whatever has the most passes. And then there's the blessings, which are all just raffle. Whoever gets randomly picked gets it. But then there's a third option called wills, which if I grab this cheese board, which gives me access to the wills, I believe that the way is how do the wills work? Each team in the ILB will win 2 wills randomly selected by fans' votes. So this was also done through raffle, except every team was guaranteed to get 2 of these. This was no longer completely random. When it came to these, you could put a bunch of points, a bunch of raffle tickets into one of these, and have a bunch of tickets randomly scattered across the other ones, and the end of the season would come by, and you would just not get picked for a single one of them because luck was just not in your favor that season. This at least guaranteed that you'd get 2 of these. You could still put your votes in for which ones you wanted, and it was still going to be random which one got pulled, but the more votes you put in, the more likely that one was to be the one you got pulled for. So fans have a bit more control over their team, because they always can guarantee they get something, and there's new stats and new players that have just showed up. And of course there's also the new team who had also just showed up, the Lift. they're okay. They have some good players around, but they're generally the new guys. Their stats are pretty middling. And shout out to the fans who all jumped onto this team, going like, "Oh, a new team, new cool guys."
Ooh.
Unrelated to any of this, I want to show you one thing kind of funny because it seems you've jumped on the Canada Moist Talkers bandwagon.
Yes.
As a Moist Talkers fan, there's one thing you need to really know about.
Okay.
This is what the website looked like for most players playing this game. And I'm sure you've noticed something kind of funny about the Moist Talkers, just looking at it. And that's the fact that they don't look like they have an emoji.
Yeah.
That's because this emoji kind of doesn't exist. It's more of just like a text element. There's a few teams who had this. Like the Fridays have like, again, it's just like a text element. The Spies have it where it's just like a text element. It's not an emoji. I have an extension on my computer that allows me to fix that. That actually turns them into real emoji. So here's a spy, here's like a talking mouth for the Moist Talkers. But because it's a white symbol on a nearly white circle, fans of the Moist Talkers had begun to just jokingly say that their mascot was the orb. And then also started speculating that the orb was like a god of some kind. So they always praised the orb, and there's a bunch of channels in their Discord about praising the orb.
Oh, hell yeah.
So as a Moist Talkers fan, I feel like you need to know that. And also they have Polka Dot Patterson. So there you go. Wait, what's going on? Yusuf Fenestrate, let's go. Yeah, Yusuf is cool. Hello, Corvoda. How goes Blaze Blue? I mean, Blaseball. Yeah. Trust me, it's just as confusing. if not more so. Doc Scratch's second part, it was Homestuck all along. God. There was literally a player on the Moist Talkers that they always drew as just having an orb for a head, Commissioner Vapor. But Commissioner Vapor was cool. If you pull up the Moist Talkers sticker sheet, usually they drew him as having like a green goop slime ball for a head, and he was like a nerd, so they drew him doing like the Sonic the Hedgehog pose. I have that on my water bottle at work.
Oh, hell yeah.
So that's everything that's changed with season 12 in terms of all that stuff. Let's see. Oh, so we got the wills. I talked about the concession stand. Each season now contains 2 siestas. The Earl Siesta after day 27, and the Late Siesta after day 72. That's right. So after day 72, and after day 27, and after day 72, there would be 1 hour, I believe, where... Was it 1 hour or a few hours? I don't remember. Where there would just be no games as like a quick break. If something had to happen in the middle of the season, it would happen either during this Early Siesta or Late Siesta. Just a little break in the middle of the week, because these games happened 24 hours a day, 5 days a week. So here's like a couple hours in the week where things can happen. One of those things brought the tarot card readings, and this introduced us to a character simply known as the Reader, who would show up, who didn't even have an icon as far as I'm aware. It was just some purple text that showed up on screen, and it would read out the tarot cards. And on top of the tarot cards, it would also sometimes give out modifications or do something to change the game. So during the very first tarot card reading, they pulled 1 the Magician, 12 the Hanged Man, and 13 Temperance. And something about these card pulls, I don't know, gave some modifications to 2 players named Curry Alicia Keys and Kennedy Rogers. My man, Kennedy Rogers, that's my favorite fucking player! my fucking guy! The very first tarot card reading, my guy got a blessing. And the funny thing is of these 2 blessings that got handed out, Curry's was a negative status effect, and Kennedy got a positive status effect. So the very first tarot card reading that ever came out, my man got the first ever positive blessing. Let's fucking go. I love him so much.
Hell yeah.
That was a very cute spike of enthusiasm. You have no idea how much Kennedy means to me. I want you to look at me. I want you to look at my little avatar on screen right now. You see the fact that they're a robot? Do you see the fact that I love baseball? Can you believe that this character is a robot who plays baseball? Man, I wonder why that happened, huh?
Crazy.
I roleplayed as this motherfucker on Twitter.
Oh, hell yeah.
I was invested. So maybe I plan on eventually getting into Kennedy eventually. I promise I will, just because I love him so much. But I just want to give him that little shout out. My man, the firefighters as a team really liked the reader, because a lot of the times from this point and going forward, the reader has done a few things that were like positive boons to our team in some way. And because of that, we have a lot of respect for the reader, and knowing the first interaction we had with the reader was giving my favorite player of all time the first positive blessing ever given out by the reader ever, it means so much to me.
Yeah.
I see your avatar, you look different than how I normally look. It reminds me of the orphan robot from Futurama. See, I don't know exactly what you're talking about, because I didn't actually watch a lot of Futurama growing up. My current avatar is based on the character Vinny the Gooch from Backyard Baseball. Back when Blaseball was still happening, I didn't have a Sona for myself. My robot Sona is in a lot of ways inspired by this player, Kennedy Rogers. But it's because I didn't have an avatar at all, and I wanted to do sports commentary for this game that existed. I used to use Vinny the Gooch from Backyard Baseball as an icon instead. So this is kind of a mix of the two. Let's see. The feed was also introduced. Thank fucking God, the feed. So when something happens in Blaseball, you have to be there to see it. The game right now is Fridays 2 runs, Shoe Thieves 1. And if you're curious who hit that run, who did this, who did that, too fucking bad. You missed it. You weren't there to see it. Except now, with it being Season 12, you can click on your team, click on the feed, and see basically everything that happened. I feel like, there we go. So newest first. It's literally going right now. Bottom of the 5th inning. Charlotte and Shoe Thieves are batting. Juice Collins strikes out. You can see everything that happened. You can officially go back and see things. And this is like covering the entire team. But if you just want to see what Nagomi McDaniel did, you can go to Nagomi McDaniel's page, go to everything, sort by newest first, oldest first, whatever goes. It'll load something. Eventually, it might take a bit, but it'll show you everything. It'll tell you what happened. So if you come back one day and your character suddenly has their stats dropped and you're like, what the fuck happened? You can go into their feed and figure out, like, oh, they ate a peanut. I'll send a picture of the orphan bot that's in Discord, I suppose. You have to send a reference to... You'll have to send a reference. I could easily just put, Vinny on screen really quick here. Let me just do that really quick.
Oh.
Vinny the Gooch.
Mouse is getting proud?
Backyard Baseball. Oh, Mouse is Snatcher! Oh my gosh! I forgot about that! Hang on, I spelled Vinny the Gooch wrong. I forgot that was a thing. Hi, Snatcher! That would normally be deleted. Here's Vinny. Here's Vinny the Gooch. This is the guy I'm talking about. Little guy. This was my old avatar, so that's what it is. Okay, so... It has been a very long time since the mouse thing has happened, and I forgot, with things being a little bit broken, that's gonna be a little annoying. Please ignore the text in the chat that says mouse. My friend Gindre is currently live right now. He just went live playing Metal Gear Solid. We have a thing set up where if he's streaming on his end, he has a thing on his stream where you could... Oh, fucking hell. Fucking fish. If somebody on his stream redeems the mouse cursor redeem, which randomly moves a mouse cursor on his stream, it will throw a mouse cursor at me on my stream. And the opposite is also true. If anybody redeems the generic baseball redeem on my stream, it will move the mouse cursor on his stream. And the funny thing is, on his stream, if the mouse, there's like a few buttons on his screen, on his stream, and if the mouse cursor goes over any of those buttons, it clicks on it and he's forced to do a challenge. So if you chuck a baseball at my head, you might get lucky and force him to eat like a terrible tasting jelly bean or take a chug of hot sauce. There's no way to know unless you're somehow watching both of our streams at the same time. On my end, I just get hit in the face with little mouse cursors. There used to be a thing that would delete the messages on my side, so you wouldn't see all these Snatcher mouse redeems, but that's kind of broken right now. And I don't know if it will get fixed, so I might have to actually disable that. But actually, I don't know if I can disable it because it's on Gindre's side. Fuck, actually, fuck.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna have to ask you guys just to ignore the mouse cursor redeems. They'll stop eventually when whoever's doing this gives up. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't know
See.
about that.
Let's go back to the game. The peanuts. Somebody's redeeming it a whole bunch of times because they're trying to make him drink hot sauce or something.
Probably.
So what else am I missing here? Oh lord. Ow. Thank you. They definitely are. So yeah, now we can go back and see what happened. We have a feed now, which is very nice. During the return, the tacos were renamed as well from the Unlimited Tacos to the LA Unlimited Tacos. So this is just something a little nice for the tacos. They're no longer just called the Unlimited Tacos. They're now the LA Unlimited Tacos, just because they want to make sure you know they're from Los Angeles, even though there are infinitely many Los Angeles nowadays. Okay, so let's talk about what happened with the crabs. Following season 11, the fans elected to close the Forbidden Book as one of the things we chose to do to this fucked up book that we hate. The election results noted that ground was broken on the Crabbitat, which was the planned construction of a new ballpark for the crabs because they ascended.
Oh.
Teams, the coin, the boss, had basically promised that we were all going to get ballparks eventually now. We all had because apparently this entire time we weren't playing in ballparks, but ballparks were going to become an actual part of the game. And because the crabs ascended, they were allowed to have the first ballpark. And it was called the Crabbitat. The first Earl Siesta brought with it the opportunity for fans of the Baltimore Crabs to build the first ballpark, which was funded in approximately 15 minutes. Fans donated all their money to get the ballpark going. Now, there were still people who were fans of the Baltimore Crabs, even though the Baltimore Crabs were gone. You had the option to choose to change who your favorite team were. So when the Baltimore Crabs vanished, a lot of the old fans of the Crabs were still fans of the Crabs, and they were allowed to change if they wanted to, but a lot of them didn't. And those who were still fans of the Crabs were allowed to fund the Crabbitat. And like everything else on Blaseball, as long as you have the URL to the page, you still have access to it. So even though the Crabs were gone, you could still pull up the Crabs team page and set them to be your favorite, and you could fund their stuff if you wanted. The Crabs were not entirely gone, though. Let's see. I'll get to that in a second, because it looks like it get brought up here. The ballpark was funded in 15 minutes, and construction was completed by late siesta. So 27, they started being able to fund it, and then the funding was finished on day 72 of the same season. So it happened, like, within only a few real-life days. All other teams were able to view their ballparks during the late siesta, and were able to start constructing their own, starting next season. So the Crabs just got a head start on theirs. On days 71 and 72, fans noticed something. Let's see. Oh, this is actually getting a little ahead of myself. So when I said the Crabs were gone, they were gone. But there was still actually a way to see the Crabs, even though they weren't playing anywhere and they were no longer part of the league. If you ever got lucky enough to see a game being played in black hole weather, because that was a thing, if you clicked on the icon for black hole weather, it would take you to the page for the Crabs.
Oh, wait.
Blaseball 2. Yeah, so let's see if I can encounter that here. Here's a black hole. So here's peanut weather. Here's a solar eclipse. The icons are updated nowadays. So here's some new updated icons for solar eclipse. Feedback. But if I highlight over the black hole, you can see it's a button I can click, and if I click on it, it takes me to the page for the Crabs.
What?
And it tells me access is restricted, keep out. I'm not allowed to look at this because I'm not a member of the Crabs, but this is the way to check their ballpark. The Chesapeake Racetrack and Ballpark, the Crabbitat. It's a little hard to tell what's happening here, aside from the fact that the Crabs exist. There's also a lot more info on these. Do all the teams have all this info, or is it just the Crabs? No, all the teams have these. Oh god. So yeah, you also gained access to all this information about the teams, which a lot of this is just gibberish right now. Total number of wins, of course, their win-loss record, their runs, total runs earned, I guess. E-density, what the fuck is that? Tiebreaker place, so if you ever get into the championships and there's a tie, they use the tiebreaker number. These were just randomly handed out. mystery mouse tool will be used later. Yeah, it's not going to help us later. It'll be used later, that's for sure. The tarot card reading that they were assigned. Net shame, which I don't remember exactly what that is. I think it's just like total of times the team has been shamed, which is just a goofy little Blaseball mechanic that doesn't really do anything other than make you point and laugh at them. And then total number of players. So there was just a few things on here that were just kind of weird. Everything else makes sense. Nobody knows what the tarot cards do, but we got tarot cards. It's a tarot card, whatever. The one thing that stood out here was E density. Nobody knew what the fuck that meant, you know? And here's the win-loss record for the Hawaii Fridays. This is day 1, so we don't have anything. But if I go to day 12, let's say season 12, day 90, just some random day in the future, right? And I go to, let's see the shoot teams again. If I hit info, you can see at this point in the season, they have 38 wins. Their current score is 38 wins to 51 losses. They are sadly losing more often than they're winning in this season, but that's fine. Also, their E density has gone up a little bit. We don't know what that means. But if we find a black hole game, which there isn't any, hold on. Let's go to another game. It's season 12, day 50. How about that? Let's go back a little bit.
Yeah.
Is there any black holes here? Because I know eventually... I'll explain what this wave one is eventually, but that one replaced the black holes. So I'm trying to go back to where the black holes were. Actually, let me just pull up the Crabs team in general. So let's go to season 12, day 1 again. If I click on this, I'll grab that. I'm just grabbing their like URL. Season 12, day 90. Let's see if this works. So if I type this, I should be looking at... It should be day 90, and I'm looking at the Crabs again. Info? No. Huh. How do I do this? 5 minutes ahead? I don't remember exactly how to do this. Season 12, day 90. Is that gonna do it? Huh. I know at some point we were looking at the Crabs up here, and their score was just, like... 0 to 99 or something. So despite being out of the game, they were still playing because they had ascended to... Basically, they got ascended to the greater leagues. They were no longer in the ILB. Upon ascending, they had entered the greater leagues. So they're still playing games, but we're not allowed to look at the greater leagues. They're, like, on a plane above us or something. But the Crabs were playing up there, and we could still look at the Crabs, and we were allowed to look at their team, and we were able to see the fact that they had, like, a score of, like, 1 to 99 or something. They were doing terrible. They were not made to be playing the greater leagues. They did their best, I think. So, a shout out to them. On days... Let's see, so they started building the Crabitat. The book was forbidden. Ow. Hi, Soul Sun. Good to see you. Ow! Peanuts!
Peanut!
All of the teams were able to view their ballparks during late siesta. Okay, we got to that already. The Crabs descend. The dissension. The rift, whatever we want to call this. On days 71 and 72, fans noticed that sometimes black hole weather events for the next game were being showed as flooding weather instead. Ow. Stop throwing food at me! There's still popcorn in there!
Oh shit, no, that's good.
Okay. No.
Give me that.
Yeah, so some of the black hole weather was instead being replaced by flooding weather, which was a brand new season, brand new weather type that we had not seen before. Flooding weather was kind of funny. I must be responsible and do schoolwork, but have fun and happy anniversary. See you, Soul Sun. Thanks for stopping by. Flooding weather was just kind of silly. What would happen is if there was a player standing on first, second, third base or something like that, there was a random chance that flooding weather would activate and wash those players off the bases. Basically, resetting all the bases to being empty again. Which sounds pretty simple. It just kind of screws you out of some runs if you had some teams on the bases and then they get wiped off. You're like, oh, what the fuck? But on very rare occasions, and not too rare occasions, but rare occasions, when that happened, one of the players would actually be straight up washed out of the ballpark and go elsewhere. And they would just not be available to play, and they would just go missing. Yeah. At the end of day 72, an emergency alert went off, suggesting that a breach was imminent. The boss arrived and reassured the fans that we are actively monitoring the situation. As a precautionary measure, as a precautionary measure, we have activated expansion protocol ahead of schedule. The crabs. Oh god, it's okay. Now it's mentioning Blaseball 2. Fucking hell. There was.
Wait, what?
So when I mentioned the greater leagues, there was actually an entire other website called Blaseball2.com.
What?
Blaseball2.com was a website that existed, and when you went to Blaseball2.com, all you saw was like a picture of what looked like the heavenly pearly gates, and behind that gate there was the crabs,
Okay.
and that was basically it. So this was known as Blaseball 2. Some people call it the Greater Leagues, but we're just gonna refer to it as Blaseball 2 from now on. The crabs had ascended beyond Blaseball and went to Blaseball 2. They were so good, but they were asking if Blaseball's so good, why isn't there Blaseball 2? The crabs were there. Blaseball 2 is real, and it is there, and due to this expansion thing that was happening, all of this flooding that was happening, there was going to be a breach. Basically, the black hole, the crabs had built their ballpark so quickly within the black hole, and they quote-unquote broke new ground, that they broke the black hole itself and caused a giant massive leak of this, like, immateria black hole goop that was Blaseball 2 to come spilling out of the black holes.
Okay.
And that's what caused the flooding weather as we know it. And around day 72 of season 12, there was a breach. The crabs had spilled out of Blaseball 2, returned back to Blaseball 1, and with them came 3 other teams that were in Blaseball 2, known as the Atlantis Georgias, the Core Mechanics, and the Ohio Worms.
Okay.
So from that point on, the game went from having 20 teams to 24.
Okay.
And of course, there's also just a whole bunch of new teams that fans could jump on and be fans of if they wanted, because these guys are here now. Atlantis, woohoo! Yeah, Atlantis, cool. I have a lot of respect for the Atlantis team. A lot of the stuff they did was really neat going forward. They definitely tried their best to be really relevant, and I do respect that. The Cores also had the sickest bomber jacket ever, and I own it! It is so cool! I joined Blaseball right at the end of season 11, so this was the point where, like, I was finally getting to watch Blaseball happen for the first time. And when I watched these teams show up for the first time and I saw one of them come out called the Core Mechanics, I was very tempted to leave the Firefighters to join the Core Mechanics. I'm very glad I didn't, but it was tempting. I'll tell you that. The Core Mechanics are so fucking cool. I love them. They are probably my 3rd favorite team. Firefighters number 1, Mexico City Wild Wings number 2, and then Core Mechanics number 3. Let's see. Each of these new teams already had several championships to their name already, suggesting that they were participating in Blaseball 2 due to winning 3 championships. Much like how the Crabs did to ascend to the Blaseball 2 as well. So these teams had ascended to Blaseball 2 sometime in the past as well, and they were up in Blaseball 2. That being said, I think 2 of the teams had 3 championships, and I think one of them actually had 4. But aside from that, though, the stats on those teams were actually very mediocre. So maybe they were in the same situation as the Crabs, where they were just kind of getting their ass kicked after ascending at some point. But yeah, we just got these new teams, and they had all basically did the same thing the Crabs did, so they had just as much of a reputation to them, and we just never knew about them until now. Following the events and at the start of the late siesta, fans were granted a game log detailing the events of the day. Additionally, the boss declared Blaseball to be in the expansion era, which I think I've mentioned that a few times. Like, we are officially in the expansion era. There's more teams, there's new weather, all this new stuff's happening. We got concession stands. The game is getting bigger and better as we know it. Like, the things are expanding. I mentioned how the flooding works. Players would sometimes be swept elsewhere. Wishing to assure fans that of the sweeping floods, the boss said, "We have everything under control. Thanks to our swift actions, things seem to be leveling off. Rejoice. We can expect less flooding in the future." Okay, so let's see. Is there anything else on here that comes up as interesting? The breach, late siesta. The very first player to ever be swept elsewhere was a player named Penudial Duffy, who was playing on the Firefighters. So in the middle of a Firefighters game, it's flood weather. Things are going pretty normal. Duffy reaches Duffy gets on first base. The game is going pretty normal, and then a flood happens. Surge of Materia rushes from under. Blaze runners are swept from play. Penudial Duffy is swept elsewhere. And nobody knows exactly what this means, but if I go to... What day is it in the game right now? Day 73. So if I go to day 12, day 74, and if we check out Firefighters, Penudial Duffy is just elsewhere. That's all it says. It says he's elsewhere.
Okay.
We don't know exactly what that means. It's weird.
It's weird.
Where'd Duffy go? Shout out to Duffy. His pre-game ritual is eating a bird. Cool guy.
The sauce? Wait, Winter just said Gidry got the sauce. Really?
Oh, you got the sauce!
Holy shit.
Eat the fucking hot sauce. Why are they still redeeming shit then?
I don't know.
Twice. Oh god. Ah.
Oh god.
Oh, Belle's trying to make me eat sauce again. Clearly. Maybe I'll eat a jelly bean. Let's see. Yeah, so we have an example of a player being swept elsewhere. Anything else happen? I'm checking the timeline of events that is on the wiki, and I'm also checking before, because this page kind of includes a bunch of major events that the fans submitted as being important.
Okay.
I don't see anything here else otherwise that isn't important here. Open wide.
Oh Jesus! Hold on.
I get right.
What the fuck?
I get right. He said, "Hold on." He's probably gonna come back.
Hello?
Hi.
Hey. Yeah, try that again, kind of thing. You're getting spammed with my mouse. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
So the same thing that happened that broke the baseball redeem so that Winter can send the message, but the message doesn't get deleted, is affecting the mouse one as well.
Yeah, okay.
So the word mouse does not get deleted.
Okay, I just noted. I just happened to have Chatty open, and I was just seeing mouse spam your chat, and I was like, "Weird, they don't have the crossouts."
Yeah, they're not being deleted anymore.
I wonder why.
I've been telling people just to ignore them, and luckily I'm keeping my eye on the chat so I can see what's being sent.
No, let me turn it. Let me turn it off. Let me
man.
find the redeem and turn that off. That's crazy. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's fine. This was the first time this has ever came up because I don't stream anywhere near as often as you do, and this is the first time I've streamed at the same time as you in a long time.
That's at a while, yeah. That's sad actually, because I've been not streaming for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta find where the hell your background redeem is though. Hold on.
Winter says I seem to be the only one in chat right now anyways. Yeah, there's a few people who I think are lurking, but you're the only one who's actively in chat, which is fine.
I need to find... I have Corvota's baseball. Hold on.
Yeah, I was thinking for a second, I think I could turn this off, right? And then I went and looked, I was like, wait, no I can't. This is on Gindra's site.
Because it's sending the message from me,
yeah.
Yeah.
I have all your testing stuff. No, that's the playground. Background processing, it'll be in here. Okay. Corvota mouse ball. Excellent. Check all off. Save. Okay. Got it. Save. Excellent.
I do love the fact that after all this time, your PNG on my stream where you're talking is still the old render of my PNG tuber.
Oh, what? Yeah. Also, congrats on the new one. It looks cool.
This one is my buddy Link made this one for me, and it's exclusively just for these streams. Yeah,
okay. Excellent. It looks really cool. I like it a lot.
Have you ever seen or played the game Backyard Baseball?
No.
In Backyard Baseball, there's a character who does bench commentary named Vinny the Gooch. This is literally just a redraw of Vinny the Gooch as me, because back when I first got into, I'm not gonna say first got into streaming, but when I first got back into streaming after my high school college hiatus, I started doing Blaseball commentary, and before I had my mascot as I have it now, I was using a edited image of Vinny the Gooch as my icon because I was doing sports commentary.
That's funny. I do remember you vaguely talking about this in the past.
Uh-huh. So this is just kind of a
Also-
throwback while I'm explaining what Blaseball is, because this is kind of what I looked like, except I look
Oh
more
Jesus,
human.
fuck. Okay, so the reason mouse is happening so much, I just got hit with hot sauce problem, but like now it's 3 times. Thank you, Winter. I haven't done any of them yet.
Was it you this entire time doing this, or was it
No,
just
no,
now?
it was Gator. It was Gator. It was Gator. Now there's, but I haven't done them yet. There's 3 doses, and for context, I just got a new hot sauce from Michelle for my birthday. It's this brand's particularly hottest sauce.
Oh
God.
well,
And now I have to do like 3 back to back to back, and I'm really scared.
Jesus Christ.
Are you gonna be like on the fucking Hot Ones TV show?
Yeah. It's Trinidad Maruga scorpion pepper sauce.
Oh my god, that sounds terrible.
Yeah.
Unrelated to this,
So-
I'm just now noticing the DM Whimsy sent me of the little orphan robot from Futurama. You're right. Okay, that's it. I had to comment on her sending me that.
So just for flavor, because I'm sorry for derailing your stream, I'm gonna do
No
this
problem.
hot sauce on your stream, and then I'll go back
Let's
to
go.
Oh my
Metal
god,
Gear.
yeah. we get hot sauce
I'm
stream.
getting parried. I'm getting parried. Stop. I made parry worse on my last stream too, so now it moves my mouse like all over the place for
Oh
like
god.
5 seconds. Hold on. Okay, here's number 1.
No, you know what? I was there even before
was
the
way too
VodaTuber. I
much.
was there on the first Mother ones. Yeah, you were there when I was like making like Mother 3 Let's Plays on YouTube, and earlier than that, Winter, I know.
Oh,
You get over there?
Winter was there before I went by my previous username, and then before that as well. Like, I've known Winter since. Here's how I met Winter. Flipnote had Tenna on the DSi. That's how I met
Whoa.
Winter. That's how long
What?
we've known each other.
What the fuck?
That was like 2012, 2013.
Huh.
what the hell is Flipnote?
You don't.
Have you ever seen like I guess you've probably seen it, but you've seen that video of like, let's go gambling. Oh dang it, you know that one. That is drawn on Flipnote Hatena, and
No, I
You-
don't think so.
it's just an old Flipnote animation program that existed on the Nintendo DSi, where you're able to upload animations online and see them on your DSi like a browser. Imagine little Flipnotes, except it had its own like YouTube type browser, and it exclusively existed on the Nintendo DSi. That's how me and Winter met each other.
Holy fuck!
Oh, you're chugging the hot sauce?
Oh no, another one?
It hurts.
Please tell me you have some
Oh,
milk
no,
or
it-
something.
I mean, cherries.
Cherries?
No, stop burying me.
Hmm.
Yeah, cherries. I got cherries. Holy
Show the
fuck.
chicken wing video? Okay.
It's like less hot in my mouth and it's more hot in my stomach. It's actually really bad. Show
Poor
the
bunny.
chicken wings video?
Yeah.
Huh.
Do you have my stream
It's-
open?
I do?
Here's the chicken wing video.
Hold on, I gotta refresh it.
This is the flip note. This is an example of flip notes.
Oh, I did just watch the gambling video.
Yeah. This is flip note Hatena.
Chicken wing!
Yeah, so these like shitty animations that were drawn on the DSi. This was flip to Hatena, and this is what me and Winter met each other on.
Ah.
Going through my Akira moment.
Ah.
Get out of my head!
Leave me alone.
Leave me alone!
How do you meet a person on this thing?
You are allowed to leave comments on flip notes, and Winter was one of the few people who followed me.
Gator, to be fair, you've probably never had a better expenditure for fucking points than right now. Holy fuck.
I don't remember too much of my time on Flip No Hatena. All of those animations I made back in the day are dead now. But I do remember back then, Winter used to go by the username Coco something. I don't remember.
Oh.
And then we became friends through DeviantArt.
Hmm.
No idea how it even happened, but it happened. Good. Yeah. I remember exactly how it happened. I was going through the few people who followed me on DeviantArt. Don't fucking mention DeviantArt, I know.
That's okay. I had a DeviantArt, and at one point it had like pictures with like my shirt off on it, and
Cool.
they're all gone.
That's just how
You
DeviantArt
cannot-
is. Everybody was
You
cringe on
cannot buy
DeviantArt.
that.
Oh yeah, no, me included.
We were
yeah.
cringe, but we were free. But yeah,
I wasn't
remember
yet.
I was looking through the people who followed me on DeviantArt because it was such a small number of not DeviantArt on Flipnote Hateno, because that was such a small number of people. Like, I had no reason for anybody to follow me on DeviantArt. I was a fucking 12-year-old trying to make Flipnote animations.
Fucking real.
And Winter was one of the people who followed me. So as like a gift to the few people who followed me, I made a post on Flipnote saying like, "Hey, go to my DeviantArt account. I drew you guys custom wallpapers where I just like I drew pictures of like everybody's OCs and like basically made the image big enough to be set as a wallpaper." And I drew Winter was one of them.
I didn't draw, but Photoshop was my passion. Graphic design was my passion when I was younger, and I made I did the second one. I made I made like gamer tag like logos and emblems for all of my friends for their Xbox Live accounts was what I did.
Sick.
Yeah.
That's sick, actually.
It just had like their name, but it was like a bunch of like fucking brushes and crap around it. Like actually dog shit, but some of them were cool, honestly.
I used to make Pokemon comics using MS Paint before I moved on to using Flipnote, Paint Tool SAI, Paint Tool Sci, whatever it's called. And I was just kind of, anytime I got obsessed with any kind of video game, I would draw some fan art for it and just stick it on there. I remember one of the last things I did, I eventually deleted most of my stuff. I deleted that account eventually, but going on the Wayback Machine, the last few things I was drawing was mostly Team Fortress 2 fan art, and the very last thing I ever put in my journal was getting excited about the newest comic release for Team Fortress 2, which is the last comic they ever released.
No, that's not true. They just did a new one, remember?
They didn't just release a new comic, they just kind of announced that it's happening.
It's not out yet.
No, they've just announced that it's happening, and
I just remember you harassing
working on it.
That. And then you guys were both very excited.
Yeah, it's one of the artists posted like a few frames of the comic that's in progress, I guess. But that was literally the last time they ever released a comic, and they have not released one since. And that was like 2014. Teach us the curriculum. Can we go back to sport? We will go back to sport. I just want to make sure Gindray chugs his hot sauce.
I'm almost done. I did a little bit of the hot mustard just to cut it. But I'm gonna do one more dab of the scorpion pepper.
Listen, I'm a Firefighters fan. This is like everybody talks about like spicy hot Firefighters chili. You know that whole thing.
No, stop parrying me. Stop it. Stop.
Are they still redeeming the mouse on your side, or are they doing something
Yeah,
else?
a little. Mostly Winter now. Gator's out of points, so he's done.
Rip Gator.
Oh, Gator got me into this mess. Kill me.
Great job.
Oh, fuck me.
Are the cherries good enough as a
They help.
spice reducer? I've never heard of cherries being used for spice.
I didn't. I just had a bunch of cherries, so I started with a bowl of cherries because I was like, damn, I got a lot of cherries. I haven't eaten them the last 3 days. If I don't eat these cherries, I'm gonna go bad. So I brought a bowl of cherries in for stream. I was like, I'll eat them during stream and snack.
I guess
And then the hot sauce happened. Like, Gator showed up like immediately and was like Nora while I was trying to hear the MGS lore, and then yeah.
Damn.
So
You alright?
I've been better, honestly. Actually, I think best I've ever been. Personally, I think it's like I'm good. People might say that I'm not good. Those people are wrong.
Damn. Fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Fucked up.
I've been good. How are you guys?
I'm doing
good.
well.
Oh,
I am very, very busy this week, but this is how I'm filling in the few gaps.
Oh, Corvoda. I mean, not to like fucking make it about me on your stream or whatever. But guess what?
What?
I don't know if you saw. I got engaged. I proposed.
Oh,
shit.
fuck, dude!
Yeah.
God.
Thank you.
That fucking
It
rocks,
was really
dude.
cool. Yeah, I don't think you saw that.
Really
I just
cool.
remembered.
No, I did not. That's awesome. Congrats.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. I did with magic cards. I made custom magic cards of her pets.
Magic
Aw.
cards? Oh, that's cute.
That's
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
Oh, hi,
I'm
Mono.
like pretty gay.
Congrats,
Also,
man.
high gray person.
You're so gay for your girlfriend. Congrats.
That is
Yep.
actually real and true, but don't you fucking tell her or I'll kill you.
Okay.
Oh, holy fuck, that's hot.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the third or fourth shot?
It's like fourth, but like I cheated. The last one I did was like a hot mustard, so it was kind of like bitch shit. TBH.
Oh.
Thank you, Mono.
Mm.
So, but I'm in a lot of pain. But like the first shot, I was like, this shit's not so bad. First shot, I was like let me just like get like a mouthful of this crap. Not like a lot, but like it was too much. Is the point?
Mm.
Oh, it's not gonna be that bad. I'm dying. God help me.
It was like not hot on the tongue. It was really just bad in my stomach.
Oh,
I could like
gosh.
feel it burning inside of me.
I am an absolute bitch. I could never do that.
Yeah, no, me neither.
I get like sweaty from like a jalapeno. I can't do that.
I also get sweaty from
I
a
have been
jalapeno.
worse than that. I can't handle a lot of spicy, just normal, just little
Like,
little kick.
if I'm not saying like eating a raw jalapeno. I mean like if something is cooked with jalapeno in it, even if it's just like
yeah.
a little bit in there, it will still be too much for me.
I accidentally ate something with jalapeno in it, like a pizza,
Y'all
and I
losers,
didn't
yeah.
know it was there's a jalapeno in the pizza, and I was just like, oh, it's kind of a little hot. Oh, and then I read it, it's like, oh fuck, it's the whole thing.
I'm eating
Oh,
spice
I'm
right
not-
now. Step up, Winter. You're Mexican. I get it.
Stop with
Listen,
it now,
I am
stop.
the whitest bitch around. You can't say you can't fucking just step up on that. Just gee.
The fucking
Hey,
so
Angel's
here's
Canadian. They're like 2 borders away from Mexico.
oh Canadian. Ooh, sorry to hear
Yeah.
that. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah,
Couldn't be me.
alright.
Shoot.
Couldn't be me.
Wrong class
Joke.
pick.
Mm.
The joke is I'm Canadian.
Yeah.
High five. I don't know.
Oh God, no! Don't touch me with that.
I don't know what happened. I
fuck.
feel like since I became a VTuber, like,
No!
at least a third of my friends are Canadian, and I don't know where this came from.
I think I'm like convinced that like most of the world actually like doesn't exist. It's like Matrix shit, and like it's just literally like Ontario and like parts of the states that are real countries. Everywhere else is made up. And the
Including
people are all
Quebec?
just
Becoming Canadian by
simulation.
proxy, yeah, or
Especially Quebec.
Oh yeah, that's true.
you can't get more Canadian than Quebec because that's the part of Canada where everybody's French.
Yep.
That's true. That's like the worst part.
That's the worst part. You
I'm
have to
scared because I don't
learn
think
it.
this is cherry. I don't think this is cherry at all. I think this is a suicide pepper.
Via the
Alright,
invasion
what-
of Tim Hortons. Is Tim Hortons coming to Mexico? Is that a thing right now?
Is it? I mean, I think it's and because I know Tim is Tim. I
It
know
is.
Tim
It's a
Hortons was
Carolina
a
Reaper.
U.S.
Oh,
like
God.
own thing, then went to Canada.
I'm dying
I-
tonight.
I've never been.
Kinda.
There's like 7 in your city. Did Tim Hortons like skip over the United States border and go straight to Mexico? Because I have never been to a Tim Hortons until I went to Canada.
Tim Hortons
Mhm.
is owned by Burger King.
Oh,
Yeah,
Okay.
that makes sense.
yeah, I heard about that because something about Burger King coffee, or like was it McDonald's coffee? It's one of them is like just like the old Tim
McDonald's
Hortons
bought
coffee.
McDonald's bought the coffee
Yeah,
from
that's
Tim
it.
Hortons. Holy fuck.
Are you okay?
No. Winter got a bean and the bean was Carolina Reaper.
Oh. Oh my God! The smoke
Which
does
is
not
worse.
stop.
Which is worse because holy fuck, it's really the beans are worse than the hot sauce, man.
Oh Lord!
No, not another one. Stop. It's also red. I think it's cherry. Please be
You
cherry.
think?
It's cherry. We're good.
Oh,
We just stay winning.
Hey, it's just like everything else. You've been going from spicy things to cherry. This is just how it's happening here.
I'm on to my last cherry. Oh no, Mono, stay out here, please. Angel, what?
Please go
Stop.
get some milk, dude. He needs some milk.
You do need some milk, but also suffering is kind of funny. I
Some
like
ice water,
chaos.
maybe.
That's fair. I've got cut water.
Mm.
What is that?
It's like 12.5% alcohol. They taste like shit, actually.
Ew.
Yeah, they're really bad. They get you drunk though.
Oh,
Holy
Sure, if you wanna-
fuck, it
If you want to
burns.
get drunk off water, there's got to be better options.
Oh, it's tequila. It's not water. It's like margarita.
Okay.
They just the brand's called Cutwater.
fancy water.
Oh my god, my fucking mouth, dude.
That is going to hurt later as well.
Actually,
yeah.
so far I've been blessed by the sphincter spirits.
That's good to hear.
I don't know if it's good to hear.
Winter says we love inflicting suffering upon friends. That's how we show that you care. It's true. That's why I have so many options for you guys to throw things at me, because I allow you guys to love me.
Everyone saw me in pain, and everyone jumped in chat to participate.
Yeah.
Fucking just get him.
Yeah.
Oh, baseball works. So were you still getting pelted by mice though?
I was getting by the mouses. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, good, good.
The mouses were working. It's just the fact that the text does not get deleted in chat anymore. That's the bug.
Oh my god.
Something that Twitch had updated had broke it.
I guess so.
I've done everything I can to look into what's wrong. I even reached out to like my internet IT guy, and even he didn't know what the fuck is going on.
It's
not
probably...
like real IT, but like my Twitch guy.
Wait, for deleting the chat?
Yeah.
It's definitely just chatty. Definitely just, or sorry, Sammy. Just definitely Sammy.
Is it just Sammy? I went over it with
100%.
Another buddy of mine who really understands Sammy and really understands like Twitch APIs and stuff like that, and he could not figure it out either.
No, guaranteed it's Sammy. I guarantee I fixed it in like 2 seconds.
Oh shit! I'll reach out to you later, please. For the love of God, I want it fixed. Suffering for so long.
I'd also just I'd rather, I was thinking about it like weirdly like not too long ago about how I would prefer to not have it send a message in your chat because it's kind of cringe.
If there's a way around it, that'd be cool. I just don't know how that would work.
I got better. I also figured out there is a way for Sammy to auto end your stream when you raid out.
Oh, interesting.
Oh.
So if you want that intel, let me know.
I'm probably fine without that. I usually let my streams go for a little bit after I raid, just for a second for me to hit the stop raiding. So I don't know if anybody's like catching a VOD, there's like a bit of music going.
Fair. It's more just like the fucking like the ever long fear that my camera is in my room. I have a camera, my girlfriend's in here, and like I have sex in this room.
Understandable.
For lack of a better.
The fear I understand.
Yeah. It's
yeah,
not. It's like
nothing happens in this room, and I've never, as far as I'm aware, forgot to
no.
stop streaming. I'm usually pretty good at that. Did somebody redeem another thing on there?
No, I fucking didn't hug the wall by accident. I'm getting caught.
You have to do that?
Right.
Or, oh, you're playing Metal Gear's, right?
It hurts so bad. There's another camera in here.
Yeah, he got spotted in Metal Gear, yeah. Get some, like, tissues or something, man. You need that.
I'm good. There's tissues behind me. I'll be alright. Oh, I was gonna say, like, for the hot thing, though, because, like, I'm also, like, not good with hot stuff, per se. Like, listen to my ass.
Mm-hmm.
I just do it.
I was, when I was a little kid, I was such a wimp when it came to spicy food that I couldn't even eat pepperoni pizza because the pepperoni was too spicy. I was a fucking wimp. Nowadays I could, but because I grew up without eating pepperoni on my pizza, the taste of pepperoni is just like instantly repulsive to me. I just don't like the taste of pepperoni on my pizza. I like just pure cheese pizza, and I blame it on the fact that I was too weak to eat pepperoni as a kid. So like it like embedded this thing in my mind that pepperoni bad. So even if I could eat it now, it's not spicy in the slightest anymore. I've adapted to at least normal amounts of spice.
Oh, what the fuck? I'm getting shot.
Bad.
I'm gonna die. I died. That's cringe.
Oh, you're white. Mihoyo white, yeah.
Mihoyo.
Mihoyo.
Have you guys never met in real life?
Me and Winter? No.
That's crazy.
She lives all the way down in Mexico, so it's not been something we've ever had the chance to do.
I thought Winter was in the States.
No, Winter is Mexican, and
no, I knew they were Mexican. I thought they were States Mexican, though.
No, they're like Mexico.
Oh, okay.
And on top of that, Winter has always been very shy, so I don't think she'd ever want to come up here. It's expensive to get international flights too. Yeah, that's true. If I ever wanted to meet up with Winter, it would be something that would take a very long time of planning.
Or like Big Con.
Yeah.
Gotta get all the homies rich so we can just do like unlimited cool things.
Mm-hmm. Like, if I actually had plans to meet up with a friend who lives as far away as that, I would more than happily save up to try and chip in for the trip if needed. But that would have to be something that was, like, pre-planned long ahead of time so I can actually do that.
Fair. Genuinely fair. I actually think I'm gonna walk away and go get milk. I'll use this as the opportunity to dip out and stop harassing your stream.
Mm-hmm. Gonna steal
I
a
was-
Boeing and go visit a friend for real. Oh, you would do that, Winter.
That would actually be dope.
Anyway, have a fucking good night, Gendry. Enjoy Metal Gear.
Good
Please
luck.
recover.
Thank you. Holy fucking bingle, we have the international flight log.
Oh, huh?
Holy fucking bingle. The Winter when she gets her hand on the Boeing.
What fucking bingo?
Alright,
Good
I
luck,
will-
man.
Thank you.
Thank you for fixing the
Brain
mouse
was
issue.
told,
Yeah, no worries. I was like, that's fucking crazy. I
Hopefully
just saw it
the
going
baseballs
up.
aren't causing too many issues on your side.
No, you're good.
All right.
Bye.
Adios.
Bye.
I feel like that was a good mid-stream break session. I've talked about one season.
Only one. And we're
Okay,
going
well-
for how long so far? An hour. and a
Nearly 2 hours.
Yes.
We continue.
We continue.
We continue. Where did I leave off here? Players being washed elsewhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
The what is it? The Ascension thing. The whole thing about players ascending after receiving 3 championships, because of what happened with the crabs, that rule was changed. Players are no longer allowed to ascend anymore after winning 3 championships, because that was causing far too many problems. We're starting to build ballparks, and that ballpark was built in a black hole, and it caused a giant flood, and we got all these teams here, and there's still all this flooding happening. No more. That shit sucks. No more Ascension. What the fuck are you doing? So nowadays, from this point forward, if you win 3 championships, you instead evolve instead of ascending, which means you gain a status effect that affects your entire team that is thematically relevant to your team. And oftentimes it's not just to the team's name, but oftentimes to the fans' mindset as well. So they would oftentimes incorporate what the fans like about their team and turn that into an actual canonical status effect that the team can have if they win 3 championships, which is pretty fun. The Hades Tigers, for example, proceeded to win their 3rd ever championship in this very moment, in this season of Season 12, and they gained the modification Ambush. Let's see, what does that do again? When a player is incinerated in a team that this team is playing against, because the Tigers are immune to incineration themselves, a Hall of Flame player will join the Tiger Shadows. So anytime somebody dies on the opposing team against the Tigers would suddenly resurrect somebody from the dead onto their bench at random. That's cool as fuck. Especially because the Hades Tigers being quote-unquote from Hades means they were basically from hell. So redeeming players that were dead and taking them out of the Hall of Flame is pretty fitting for the team, and I think that's cool as fuck. Give me a second to turn the lights on. I'm going to go to the end of Season 12 and check something really quick. Election results. Did the Crabs have one too? League. So now you can see instead of having 5 teams each league has 6 teams each, because we have the new teams: Atlantis Georgia's Core Mechanics, Ohio Worms, Baltimore Crabs, and the other teams who also had 3 championships also have evolutions on them. So as we know, the Crabs had 3, so they have Carcinization, because all things evolve to crab. When the Crabs activate the Black Hole Weather effect in the middle of one of their games, they will steal the other team's best hitter for the remainder of the game. So just temporarily, if a Black Hole gets activated, the Crabs will steal the other team's best player, and they will play for the Crabs for a bit. They become Crab. Huh. Isn't that fun?
Everyone becomes crab.
The Ohio Worms have Bottom Dweller. If this team finishes last in their division, they will be boosted up to 5%. So, if this team gets dead last at the end of the season, they get a 5% stat boost across the entire team. Core Mechanics have Maintenance Mode. Whenever a player on this team is impaired, which means any kind of status effect in any way that is a negative, they will receive a 4th out for the remainder of the game. So instead of needing 3 outs for the inning to change, they need 4. So that's just a pretty massive buff to the entire team, I believe. But that only happens when anybody gets some kind of negative status, so it's a recovery mode. And the Atlantis Georgias, if this team ever has negative runs, they will overperform for the rest of the game, which of course implies that negative runs eventually become a thing. But I'm gonna tell you right now, the poor Atlantis Georgias, this was not a good thing for them to have. This was actually more of a curse than anything.
Oof.
If your team is in the negatives, you do better. That sounds good, right? That can never backfire.
Right.
Anyway. Let's see. During the election, multiple players were targeted by the trust will. Let's see. Flippers. Let me see what this is. Build the roster. Okay. When did this happen? The trust. Let me see. I want to make before I even go reading what this is. I need to make sure this actually matters. But trust. Close that. Hi, Winter. Time for me to cook food. Okay, see you, Winter.
See ya.
Sneaking a little coin to Sharon to take a detour, yeah. Is that how you pronounce that guy's name? Sharon? Charon?
Charon.
I don't know.
I mean, from what I know from playing the game Hades, I sounded as Charon, but
Charon.
that's
Okay.
just me.
Where's okay, trust is just a regular thing. Later on, something about the word trust becomes a little bit more hard case, so Charon. Okay. Later on, there's some like trust things that become a bit more important, but for now it's nothing. Because Roman pronunciation, it makes sense. The Roman modification gets introduced, which is something that's going to become important. What introduced Roman? That would be... Let me go to the elections really quick. I need to mention the Roman status effect, because this one is one that becomes important. Roman... revoke. There was a thing called revoke. And the Breath Mints revoke Pudge Nakamoto, who was a player on the team. Roman is a status effect that says this player has a chance of Roman to a new team at the end of each season. So at this because they revoked Pudge, they basically kicked Pudge off the team of the Kansas City Breath Mints, and they joined the Charleston Shoe Thieves. They just kicked Pudge out, and Pudge went somewhere else. But now Pudge has this thing that says at the end of every season, there is a random chance that Pudge will just leave and go somewhere else. Funny. I'm mentioning this because this is important, and I want you to remember Roman, because this will become both funny and very important. Okay. I cannot emphasize how important that status effect seems. It seems like nothing, but it is not nothing.
I'm assuming it's gonna get that chance is gonna be hit a lot with your wording, right? Like,
it actually does not happen all that often. No, it's actually pretty rare for a player to become Roman. I'd say like maybe at the end of a season, it's like a 1 in 3 chance or something that the player will leave. So if you get a player who's Roman, there's a good chance you can hold on to them for like, you might only have them for 1 season, or you might have them for 5. Like it's just kind of random. Okay, so that is, let's see. As the blessings were distributed, BC Noir players, Uncle Plasma. Okay, so you remember how during the Coffee Cup they said nothing that happened in the Coffee Cup would impact anything in season 12?
Are they lying to me and saying that it's actually happening?
There was some lies that happened in there, but it's a little bit interesting.
Okay.
Mostly because I'm not entirely sure how important the events that happen matter. But things did happen. There was a team during the Coffee Cup known as the BC Noir, and there was 2 players named Uncle Plasma and Liquid Friend. They were added to the game due to one of these blessings. Uncle Plasma joined the New York Millennials, and Liquid Friend joined the San Francisco Lovers. I'm not going to go into too much more detail from that. Just know that these 2 players from, like, this detective team, I guess, joined the ILB. So we got these 2 detectives, ain't that cool? One's in New York, one's in San Francisco. That's gonna be the end of season 12. As you can see, a lot has happened. The game has come back, and we're trying to like fill in a whole bunch of gaps here from what happened at the end of season 10. Where like a whole bunch of shit is happening. A lot of new rules, a lot of new status effects, a lot of new people, new weather. They're kind of starting off season 12 with a bang. Everybody's getting ballparks, ain't that fucking cool?
Yeah.
Okay. Season 13. Despite the assurance from the boss in the preseason, flooding continues to plague the league. Players are being swept off of their bases regularly, and on occasion swept elsewhere.
What?
Meat slab in the meat slab cooker. Now we wait. Congrats. Are you making like a hamburger or something? Or chicken? Even more concerning is that when players return from elsewhere after 20 days or more, they returned scattered.
What?
Which I can actually pull that up here. Scattered is a new stats effect.
Yay.
Players who go missing sometimes just come back, and it's like nothing happened. It's interesting and weird. But if they're gone for 20 days or more, a player will return scattered. Let's see. Pie's team. There is currently a player, Beasley Day, who is currently missing on the Pies. Beasley Day has returned from elsewhere after 1 season. So they were gone for an entire season. Beasley Day is now back.
Okay.
And what day is this? This is day 1, season 13. So let's go to season 13, day 2, so we can see some of the things that update. If we go to the Pies and check, their name is Easley Day. The B is missing. If we go to their page, it says this player returned from elsewhere a bit scattered.
Elsewhere.
So we don't know where elsewhere is. I don't believe they ever actually explain where elsewhere is, but we do know that if you're gone for a very long period of time, you come back scattered. It said Beasley was gone for an entire season. Maybe it's because it was just like a season went by while they were gone. This is day 2, but yeah, Easley Day, Beasley Day, Easley Day. We got players who come back a little bit fucky.
A little will be an understatement.
They returned as Easley Day. A few games later, Day's full name was restored. However,
thank God.
More and more players began returning with more and more letters missing from their names.
What?
As such, when Pitching Machine returned as Pitching Acne, which was funny. Yeah, their name was Pitching Acne, if you ignore the missing letters. It is unknown at this time why this is happening or what it means for players to lose all of the letters in their name. So players are just vanishing and coming back and letters are missing and they're I think they're like a little dizzy. They've been gone for a while.
Oh, no.
The longer they're gone, the more letters they lose.
Okay.
MVP voting. At the start of season 13, the idol board was updated with a new feature called the MVP voting. It reads MVPs are selected each end season. Players above the line, because there's a new line. It's not the red line anymore. It's a new line. Players above the line will be named that season's MVP and will receive an ego boost. And the aforementioned line is wavy and golden in color, similar to the way that the boss speaks. So if I go to the idol board, you can see this golden squiggly line. And anybody who's above this line at the end of the season gets an ego boost because they are the MVP of the season.
Oh.
They don't tell you exactly what a ego boost does, but that's something that happens sometimes. I'm going to just jump to the end of the season really quick and see if I can pull up what that is. Season 13 election results.
York Silk. I see
Idols.
that on the idol list that York Silk was up there for.
Yeah. York Silk. York Silk is at this point one of the best players in the entire game. They are good. They are insanely good at batting, and because of that, if you have York Silk as your favorite, you make tons of money. York Silk is like the money maker, and also everybody just loves him anyway, right?
Yay!
Also, I forgot about this. York Silk had Super Idol. The player will earn fans double the rewards from all idol snacks.
Holy shit!
If you wanted money, you put your favorite player as York Silk. That's why York is at the top. People love this fucking dude.
I love York Silk.
He still has this honey roasted thing from when he was on the pods. At this point, nobody really knows what that does. And then Ego Plus. This player has received a boosted ego. Again, we don't know what this means, but +1 ego. The honey roasted thing is not something that becomes plot relevant at any time, so I could just explain it. At random times during peanut weather, a player that is honey roasted has a random chance of reacting to the peanut weather and then randomly shelling a player on the opposing team in the same way that like the shelled one did. It's a little fucked up. You immediately feel bad for both players involved because you can only assume that the player didn't want to do that. This is like some weird side effects from playing for the pods. It's unfortunate, but in most cases it doesn't do anything. For many of these players who have honey roasted, that thing never even happens, but it does happen occasionally. So that's just something York can do. I don't think he ever actually did. But again, that's just a brief description of what that does. It's nothing important. It's just something that can happen. Let's see. So that's a good handful of the players who got ego boost. We got York, Silk, Valentine's Games, Nagomi McDaniel, Alden Cash Money, who again just like players who are good at the game, make good money. Pitching Machine, Jessica Telephone, players who are good, they get ego boosted. Sutton Picklestein's Necromancy. I mean, this is just something funny. This was just something kind of funny. During the course of the season's election, a player named Sutton Picklestein, who was incinerated earlier in the season, and due to some kind of election thing similar to what happened to Jalen Hotdog Fingers, was pulled out from being dead, returned from the dead. But I guess when somebody gets pulled back from the dead, they have that returned modification I mentioned where they randomly disappear at the end of the season.
Yep.
Something very interesting involving, I guess, the coding of the website means the player is pulled from the dead due to the blessing that they received first, and then the game checks afterwards which players get returned back to the Hall of Flame for being returned. So Sutton Picklestein got returned, and then the game went to check to see which returned players go back to the Hall, and because Picklestein was a returned player, it rolled and said, yes, he does. All in the exact same election. So he technically came back, and then immediately went back to being dead. Never played a single game. And he went back to the Hall of Flame at the exact same time Tillman Henderson did, because he also was returned due to some weird Jalen bullshit during the final boss fight. People like to joke that Sutton Picklestein came out of hell just to grab Tillman by the ear and drag him back to hell. So shout out to resurrecting one guy and then sending two guys back. The disappearance of Friendo and Seath. This is something that where I'm gonna just refer to this as a detective arc or something related to the detectives. This is something that was. It seemed very clear that they wanted this to be plot relevant in some way, but it just never worked out. So this is like something that keeps happening, but nothing really comes from it. As is tradition, the 10 teams playing in the postseason were granted a postseason berth, which means if you make it into the postseason, you're given a new player, and that player goes into your shadows, into your bench. A new player, the Kansas City Breathmints were given a player named Brisket Friendo in Season 13, and the Shoe Thieves received a player named Tad Seath in Season 12. During the elections, both Friendo and Seath were given the modification Redacted, which says that the player is redacted. Neither player could be selected as an idol, and very briefly, the boss appeared to ask, "Where'd you go, Friendo?" A follow-up from the commissioner on Twitter indicated that the missing persons report has been filed, and that ownership has enlisted the help of 2 top-tier investigators to assure that expenses are spared. So Brisket Friendo and Tad Seath just vanish. They have a new status effect on them called Redacted. You can only look at their page if you have the URL to go to their page. They're not listed in their team's lists anywhere. These are just 2 players that vanished for no reason, and they got the detectives looking for it.
Cool.
Let's see.
Okay.
Multiple teams and players, modifications, blessings, wills.
Sundialed.
I'm just checking to see. Because these are just some permanent stats effects to the teams. These don't really matter all too much. Sundialed affects Sun 2 weather, which I don't believe has been mentioned yet. And then the crabs thing also involves black holes again. This is just something fun for each team. Pitching Machine received a new funny status effect called Uncertain. When this player returns from elsewhere, they will be adjusted by either -15 or +20%. So every time they disappear elsewhere and come back, their stats get re-rolled either down to -15 or up to +20, some random number. Nagomi McDaniel of the Boston Flowers became a super idol. So she also starts getting you a shitload of money. None of these are really important to the grand scheme of things of like story-wise, but of course these are things that impact the way fans interact with the game. With Nagomi McDaniel becoming a super idol, she's going to become one of the best characters to put as your favorite, of course. She's going to be at the top of the idol board all the time. Let's see. Here's there's a handful of players who got revoked, so a bunch of players got the Roman modification. They're going to different teams. Anything else important here? It's a little hard to keep track of this, because this is where, like I said, it's adding a whole bunch of things to the game where it's hard to keep track of what's important and what's not. I feel like I'm doing a pretty good job of covering what's important here. MVPs, selections, late siesta. No, I think this is I think that was pretty standard. Not too much is happening here, aside from the fact that some players went missing, and there's not much of an explanation as to why. MVPs are a thing, and players are getting some ego. Season 14, after season 13, God's Day, which is... What's God's Day? I think God's Day might have been, like, Sunday in real life. I could be wrong. Tad Seats of the Charleston Shoe Thieves and Brisket Friendo of the Kansas City Breath Mints disappeared from the website with the redacted modification. The commissioner hired Liquid Friend and Uncle Plasma, the two players from the BC Noir team, whatever, as investigators to track down the missing players' whereabouts. On day 99, Friend and Plasma's feeds displayed that they had a hunch. And during the season 14 elections, the Meadow, which is the ballpark for the Kansas City Breath Mints, and the Shoe Stadium, which is the Shoe Thieves Stadiums, gained the crime scene modification. This is, I don't believe these modifications did anything other than just, like, pinning these two teams as being something important related to this weird, disappearance. The second White Mason. The second White Mason.
Oh no, it's happened again.
At this point, every single team has a ballpark. And one of the things you're able to do at the end of every season is vote to modify your ballpark in some way. You can give your ballpark status effects in a way. So if you're playing on your ballpark, the game would have some status or rules to it that would not normally be there. You can improve, like, how long of a field your field is. So if you have to hit a home run, you have to hit the ball further. So it's harder for players to hit home runs and small things like that. A lot of, like, these ballparks had a bunch of weird stats to them. I could probably pull one up. But referring to this, though, fans were allowed to introduce a new thing onto the ballpark called psychoacoustics. If you had psychoacoustics, let's see what it did. Psychoacoustics. What did psychoacoustics do? Yes. Why? I clicked on psychoacoustics. Okay, here we go. In feedback or reverb weather, psychoacoustics would randomly echo one of the away team's modifications onto the home team for game-long use. So if you had psychoacoustic in your ballpark, and you were playing in reverb weather, if your opponent team had some kind of modification that affected the entire team, that modification would get bounced back onto you, and you'd have it as well for the rest of that game.
Oh, goody.
So that's just a neat little bonus that you can have. Things are getting complex, but this is just like one of the examples of things getting complex.
Mm-hmm.
At the season 14 late siesta, again, it's going to keep giving us like these time spans, but late siesta is day 72. 13 new Wyatt Masons were pulled through the rift and localized onto the teams that built Psychoacoustics ballpark renovations. Because the Psychoacoustics had something to do with the reverb, and the reverb was something directly connected to the use of the microphone during the interviews that caused Wyatt Mason to get sucked into it somehow. I'm still kind of confused on how this whole thing happened, but just know microphone, feedback, Wyatt Mason, they're all connected. Okay. So the fact that the Psychoacoustics had something to do with feedback meant it had something to do with Wyatt Mason. And all of these teams that put Psychoacoustics into their ballpark suddenly received their own version of Wyatt Mason. These Wyatt Masons were named in Roman numerals, so there was Wyatt Mason 2, Wyatt Mason 3, Wyatt Mason 4, Wyatt Mason 5. There was, I think, like 14 Wyatt Masons or something like that. All of the Wyatt Masons had the echo modification, so very similar to what Psychoacoustics added to the ballpark. Wyatt Mason had that on themselves, so they were able to echo modifications from other players, and they were able to echo those modifications from themselves onto other players as well. So just kind of bouncing around modifications temporarily. The effects of which ultimately resulted in 11 of the 13 Wyatt Masons becoming static, because if 2 of these Wyatt Masons echoed each other, I wouldn't even imagine if 2 microphones are put up against each other in, like, a stadium, and the noise that makes. That physically happened to the Wyatt Masons, where they would echo off each other and basically explode into static. It was kind of a fucked up way for these little new guys to die if they ever echoed off each other. One thing that was kind of scary is one of the Wyatt Masons ended up echoing their echo status effect onto another player named Wyatt Quitter. Not related to the Wyatt Masons, it was just one of the players that was on the tacos who got fucked up by the first Wyatt Masoning. So Wyatt Quitter ended up getting this echoed modification, and then Wyatt Quitter ended up echoing off of another Wyatt Mason, and they both exploded into static. So Wyatt Quitter died this way permanently.
Oh my gosh.
Kinda horrifying. They're the only person other than Wyatt Mason to explode into static like that, as we're aware so far.
Okay.
Goodbye, Wyatt Quitter. That was traumatizing, I think.
I think so too.
Hi, Mono. Thanks for the peanuts. Yeah, I hope you enjoy watching players explode into static. At the end of season 14...
more? Wait, is it gonna happen more?
Does it happen more? I think there's one more instance in the future where somebody quote-unquote explodes into static or something like that, but I don't think it's related to this.
Okay.
It's important, but we'll get to it eventually. It's weird. At the end of season 14, only 2 Wyatt Masons were left. Wyatt Mason 4 and Wyatt Mason 10. So after all this, we still have 2 Wyatt Masons, and at any day, if these 2 players are playing in feedback weather and they echo off each other, they will also explode into static, but they are the only 2 left at this point. They basically have what is the equivalent of a ticking time bomb on them if they ever play against each other and they get unlucky.
Ticking time bomb and Survivor's Guild, I feel.
Yeah. People who liked Wyatt Masons really liked these Wyatt Masons. They had a fan base, that's for sure. Credit to the league. Let's see. In the midst of the ongoing flooding crisis, Boss delivered a message to the fans in which she suggests that we ramp up our efforts to stay afloat. We'll be honest that will require sacrifice. It's vital that we all do our part. At the end, the boss introduced a new mechanic called levels, which placed a rating on each team. We've empowered you with this new rating system to gauge your team's contribution, she said. Each and every one of you is a credit to the league. Let me see if I could pull that up. Oh, I guess because I skipped to the very end of the game, that season, I kind of just jumped back in while she was saying that. Oh, hi, Banky, I'll get to you.
Hi, Banky. Lord and Savior Banky.
Binky is just another nickname we refer to the giant squid. It stands for Big Inky.
Good.
Because he's big. Yeah, so some people call him Binky. Some people call him the Monitor. Some people just call him the Big Squid. He goes by a lot of different names.
I like Binky.
I also really like. At one point, somebody just started calling him Binky, and then everybody started calling him Binky, and even I started calling him Binky. So even though, like, in my eyes, the Monitor is the proper name to refer to him by, I do call him Binky.
Binky.
LMAO exploded the static. Yeah, I know, it's kind of terrifying. Yum food, what I miss. Yeah.
Static exploding and also calling it.
Yeah, I talked about the secondary Wyatt Masoning in which all the Wyatt Masons exploded. And now I'm talking about how we've been introduced to the concept of levels and how every member, every team, every one of you is a credit to the league, as the boss says.
Yep.
I don't think it's all too important right now, but the concession stand is actually run by the Monitor. Where you're able to buy foods in the shop here. He is the Monitor, the giant squid. He's actually the one in charge of this. He got like a minimum wage job working for the ILB, and he's the one working this. He's oftentimes talking about how tired he is, and it seems like he's a little bit overworked, but he's the one in charge of this now. So that's why we saw him for just a brief moment wearing a little chef hat, because he's trying his best. I'm just kind of skipping ahead here so we can get a look at him. Our new food director, she says, and then here he is. So he's in charge of the food stands. He's a bit tired. What? Huh? Yeah, he's confused. I don't think he's used to working jobs. He's been in charge of just watching over the dead this whole time. Pinky with the hat, me too, buddy. And I get the feeling he doesn't want to be working the food stand, but he's working the food stand. Oh, this is a good chance for me to check the levels as mentioned. Can I click home, league, standings? Here we go. I'll just Seattle info. So here's a level 3D, whatever the hell that means. I'm going to assume the Tigers have a higher level. No, it's 3D as well. Wings, 3D. Is everybody 3D right now? 3D. So at this point we have a level system, but they're all just being labeled as level 3D because I think this is just like the baseline of like levels. I don't think any teams have anything higher than a 3D. So we don't know what 3D is, but this has something to do with keeping us afloat, as the boss said.
Okay.
Each and every one of you is a credit to the league, so these levels do something. 3D on DVD, VHS, home video, HD. Yeah. Notable elective results. The election saw the passing of all you can eat. With the passing of all you can eat, fans will be able to purchase and discard snacks. Oh god, the snack slots. Okay. So this is actually something kind of important when it comes to the economy of this game. If I could just skip ahead to season 14, day 1? Let's see. Will that let me do it? Or was it season 15? Season 15, day 1. Yeah, okay. So now, on top of being able to buy and sell items in your bag, like usual, you have 8 slots. You're allowed to discard slots or buy new slots. So let me just sell everything really quick. I'm not allowed to sell my tickets, I guess. So let's say I wanted to buy a snake oil for popcorn. Every time your team wins, you gain 10 coins. I buy 1 popcorn, right? With 8 slots, I have a 100% payout modifier. If I remove the number of slots from my team, from my pockets here, meaning I don't have 8 slots anymore. Let's say I go all the way down just to 2. So the only thing I have is the single popcorn. Suddenly, the popcorn is worth 350% more than it normally does.
Holy
so
shit.
Normally, with me having 1 popcorn, I should gain 12 coins every single time my team wins a game. But because the popcorn is the only thing I have, it's actually 42.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, that's only if I bought another one. So as of right now, I get 10 coins every time my team wins. But because I only have 2 slots, it actually is up to 32 coins. So this allowed people to min-max their money optimization by finding one player who was very good at one thing, throwing away all of their other slots, and exclusively just going on that one thing on that one player.
Holy shit.
So if you have a player who is really good at hitting home runs, if you know there's a player who's really good at hitting home runs, and you want to make a lot of home runs, you just stack up on hot dogs and nothing else, and you leave your pockets empty.
Getting so many coins.
You get a lot of coins this way. I did not like min-maxing all that hard. I would min-max a little bit. I think I always had like 4 or 5 slots, I think. But as the game went on and the game's elections became more important and the story became more serious, and I wanted more money to vote for things more importantly, I started reducing my slots down. This is all like money optimization, money optimization, money optimization. This game is like, I'm gonna say it right now, this game is making you into a fucking capitalist. You want money. Homebody. What is this again? This player will overperform when in their home ballpark and underperform. Okay, so there's a few modifications that get passed around that don't really do anything major. Let's see. Plunder, York Silk. So at one season, I think it might have been season... I'm surprised it doesn't get mentioned here. Does it get mentioned anywhere in in here. There was an event that I'm just going to refer to as the longest Thursday, I believe is what we called it. Is that on here anywhere? Series elections. I'm pretty sure it was season 14 that this happened. There was a day that we simply referred to as the longest Thursday where a whole bunch of bad things kept happening back to back to back, and I cannot remember exactly what they all were. I think I remember important players being sent elsewhere. I remember, oh wait, hang on. I think the longest, wait, no. Wait, what is the order of things happening here? Hold on, what do you mean York? Hang on, something weird's happening here. What is this about York Silk?
Yeah, what about you, so?
Torby Soul. Am I like far ahead? Hang on.
You're in 14. Credit to the league. Yeah.
When's the first mention of
end.
consumer?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I completely missed this line because I kind of went over it when I mentioned the rating system. Okay, so yeah, this is the longest Tuesday, the longest Thursday. A few things different happened. First, we learned about the consumers, which I'll talk about. Some other bad things were happening. I can't remember. I think some players got traded around, and then York Silk got incinerated just naturally. The game just randomly decided that this famous player that everybody loves is fucking dead.
Okay.
And then also we got introduced to the consumers. Consume Shark, yes. Over the course of the season, the levels of the teams rose from low 2D to low A. So everybody started at like 3D, then it was 2D, then it was 1D, or just I guess just D. And then it was D, C, B, like B plus, A minus, A plus, or something like that. Oh, Buster, hi! I arrived from another 5-month break from Twitch. Welcome back. I'm explaining chaos. Once a team reached low A
Oh.
blinking red dot appeared next to the team, which maybe I can find that here. Season 14. Here we go. So here's an example. So right here next to the Tigers, there's this little red dot. You can see it's flashing. Nobody really knew what that meant. Keep your eyes over here. Something weird is going to happen. And I don't know how well it's going to show up on stream. Because the stream has trouble showing some stuff. Okay. Consumers attack Nicholas Mora. I don't know how well it shows up on stream, but there is... The way Blaseball displays things is like in little boxes, and those boxes aren't displaying all too well on stream. I will save this really quick and throw it on screen, just so you can see. I want you guys to see this icon that showed up. Here's how it looks on my screen.
Oh, that's scary. That's so cool.
It's cool, don't get me wrong, but
I'm
just watching a regular baseball game and then this shows up.
Like, what the fuck?
What the fuck do you mean our player was attacked by a consumer? What the fuck is that?
What?
Why is there a shark in my baseball game?
How did the shark get in?
Why is there sharks here? You know?
How did the sharks get here?
Yeah. Once a team reached low A, a small blinking red light appeared next to the team. It seems to make the team susceptible from attacks from the consumers, displayed as a shark inside of the game's text box. The first consumer attack took place on day 83 against Nicholas Mora of the Hades Tigers. And when attacked, he lost 2.7 stars of his, like, star total. So he got attacked by a shark and his stats got lowered. It literally, like, straight up attacked him and hurt him, and he plays worse now because of that. So imagine, so the longest Thursday was a chaotic day because a whole bunch of crazy shit was happening. I can't remember every single thing, but we saw a dude get attacked by a shark. Some other bullshit happened. York Silk fucking died, all within the span of like 4 hours. Like 4 real life hours.
They did nothing wrong.
York Silk never did anything wrong. No, again, York was just a kid. York Silk was just a kid. Elections come around. And the plunder option is available again, which plunder allowed you to pick a player to steal from any team. And as we know, null team, or just not existing on a team, counts as a team. This includes the Hall of Flame. So people would often sometimes, with this plunder, will try and resurrect somebody from the dead. That's what happened to Sutton Picklestein, where he came back and then immediately vanished. The Seattle Garages, again, the team that learned their lesson from Jalen, did not actually learn their lesson. They plundered Chorby Soul, the one that has the very long, funny name, because it's the very long, funny soul, because they're silly, you know?
Silly.
And I believe they actually had a reason for doing this. Around this point in the game had been going on long enough that people were starting to realize that your level that you were assigned was directly related to your team's E density, which up to this point we didn't know what the E density did, but now that we know something about the boss saying we're keeping us afloat and she's assigning us letters and ranks according to our density, this is like, she quite literally means we're keeping the game afloat somehow.
Okay.
And some people had realized that this E density was related to a lot of things. In the most basic way I could explain it possible is a lot of abstract concepts were actually considered physical objects in Blaseball. If you score a run, like you score a point for your team, that point has weight to it. Your team's stats, like your total number of batting stars, pitching stars, those stars have weight to them. The total number of games you've won has weight to them. Winning is a positive weight and it makes you heavier. Losing is a negative weight and makes you lighter. And pretty much anything you can think of that is like an abstract concept actually impacts your team's density in some way. And that includes soul. So the garages, somebody on the garages figured out what was going on, and somebody decided they were going to pull Chorby Soul just to see what happened.
Okay.
Because that's a lot of soul. And also, the Baltimore Crabs tried to plunder York Silk because everybody was sad that York Silk died and they wanted him back. Both of them came back. They both came back with debts. They both came back with returns. So they both have exactly what Jalen Hot Dog Fingers had in the past. That's gonna happen again.
Oh boy.
I guess this is a good chance for me to talk about Chorby Short, who is a different player from Chorby Soul. They just coincidentally both have the same first name, Chorby. Chorby Short is not important to the game itself, but she is funny. Do you remember how I talked about the blood types, and I talked about Chorby?
Yes.
I talked about the Oh No blood type and about how you're not allowed to you're not allowed to strike out unless the opponent pitches a bad pitch at you and they get at least one ball. Due to the way baseball works and due to the way players worked, this resulted in a very funny combination. Chorby Short is a player who likes to try her best, but she's not good at baseball. She does not know how to tell whether a ball is going to be a ball or a strike. She has no idea what a strike zone is, so she will swing at every single ball that comes at her. And of course, you're only allowed to receive a quote-unquote ball on the mark if you realize a ball is being pitched at you unfairly and you don't swing at it. And then there was a game where Chorby was playing against Polka Dot Patterson, one of the greatest pitchers to ever exist.
Okay.
So Polka Dot Patterson very rarely pitched a bad pitch, and Chorby Short very rarely did not swing at a ball. So on the rare occasion that Polka Dot Patterson would pitch a bad ball that would be counted as a ball, Chorby would swing at it anyway, and thus it would be a strike. But you can't strike out if you have that Oh No blood type, so she would instead just hit a foul ball. And this continued in a loop for such an incredibly long time that she would like rack up like tens of foul balls every single time she went up to bat because Polka Dot Patterson was there. I believe at the end of the season, somebody did all the math, and they calculated every single foul ball that was hit throughout the entirety of, I think it was season 12 when this happened, and 1/3, if not like closer to a half, of every foul ball that was hit that season was exclusively from Chorby Short. She hit so many foul balls because she would just, anytime Polka Dot Patterson pitched a ball that was like actually supposed to allow her to be struck out, she would just swing at it anyway and hit it foul, and it did not matter. And she just could not hit the ball because Polka Dot Patterson was a good pitcher and she sucked at batting. So shout out to Chorby for being the greatest foul ball hitter of all time. Swing, swing, bada, 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 swing. There is a song about Chorby Short where it's just like Chorby's short, Chorby's strong. What is it? Chorby short, Chorby small, Chorby only hits the ball or something like that. People were constantly making fun of Chorby, and we all love her. Most fan drawings of Chorby Short represent her as being a little frog with a wizard hat. Where is she? I want to show Chorby Short because we love Chorby. Come on, Ricky. There she is. That's Chorby. Imagine this little guy hitting a bajillion foul balls.
Oh my god.
We love Chorby.
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 Yeah, so that's not important, but I feel like it's important. Shout out to Chorby for hitting over a third of all of the foul balls that happened in an entire season across 24 teams.
We love you, Chorby.
Yeah. So yeah, a lot of weird shit happening. We got 2 players coming back from the dead. We got players being attacked by sharks. We now understand what E density is. Being good at the game now means you get attacked by sharks.
Yay. Cool. You just gotta be bad, but good.
Yeah, this is what, this is all related to the flooding and the boss referring to us trying to keep things afloat. Something about this massive flood issue is causing all of these consumers to, I guess, swarm in from the black hole, and they're just attacking everything. And the bosses promise that they're going to deal with this flooding, and nothing is happening. It seems like things are just getting worse.
Yeah.
Further disappearances. In season 14, York, Silk, and Chorby Soul were resurrected following their incinerations. As with previous resurrected players, they gained the debt modification. Unlike Jalen's, however, Silk and Soul did not inflict unstable on their opponents upon hitting them, but instead marked them as observed.
What?
A modification that is seen during the coffee cup, which, again, the coffee cup is something that we were told wasn't going to have any impact on anything.
Non-canon.
This is a status effect that came from the coffee cup. The teams like the game band and the ones that were quote unquote abducted by the coffee aliens received this modification before they got stolen. So now not Jalen, York, Silk, and Chorby Soul are giving people this modification again. The exhibition tournament between Season 11 and Season 12 of the Coffee Cup observed lasts until the end of an in-game week, which is 9 game days. Once Silk and Soul marked opponents as observed, and these players, during games with Coffee 2 weather or Coffee 3 weather, because the Coffee weather came back, again, they said nothing would happen, and it did. It came back. There was a possibility that these observed players would just disappear from their team's roster, also receiving the redacted status effect in the same way that the previous 2 did. It is speculated that observed players can be redacted in coffee weather, but no such instances occurred in all of Season 15. Okay. So in Season 15, people were just getting marked as observed, but later on, these observed players would start disappearing in coffee weather.
Okay.
The players redacted via this method in Season 15, because I guess some players got redacted in one way or another, included a wide selection of players, one of which being Liquid Friend himself, one of the investigators, and Chorby Shorts, the one we were just talking about.
What the fuck, Chorby Short?
So these players are redacted. They're just gone. A wide variety of players just gone.
God damn it.
Yeah. So we learned all this cool stuff about Chorby, and then, pop, she's gone. We don't know where she goes.
Well...
Meanwhile, the investigating duo of Uncle Plasma and Liquid Friend continued their search. Even after Friend was redacted, it seemed like he was still able to do his searching somehow.
Okay.
On day 33, Plasma entered the crime scene, the shoe, and found traces of coffee. The shoe lost its crime scene modification at the end of the game. And when Plasma returned to the Millennials team. Because for a little while, he just, I guess, disappeared into the shoes, the Shoe Thieves team. So found some coffee and then returned to the Millennials team, and the modification that claimed that it was a crime scene is gone. I don't know what this means. Again, this is stuff that I don't think really ended up going anywhere. It's just weird. Plasma entered the crime scene at the meadow, but did not find anything. The crime scene modification was removed from the meadow as well at the end, but throughout several points in the season, Plasma seemed that he sensed something fishy and felt like he missed something, and he had a sinking feeling. They declared on day 78 that someone's keeping secrets, but who? Again, we don't know what the fuck's going on, and we have no idea what the fuck Uncle Plasma's talking about, but he's got some idea. This Uncle Plasma was not like some random NPC. This was a player that actually played the game. It's just they were treated as a detective, and they just had like status effects sometimes that just like told us
So
these
they
things.
play baseball, and just in the middle of a game, they'll just go out to a crime scene.
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
It was interesting. They were at the end of the day just a player. Nobody knew what the hell was going on. The disappearances got even stranger following season 15's late siesta, when several teams in the league began building secret base renovations in the ballpark, which I actually really liked the secret base. It was fun. The secret base renovation made it so if a player was standing on second base, they could, I suppose, hop under the second base, or maybe there was another base next to the second base that was called the secret base. And they could just go into the secret base and basically vanish for a little while.
Okay.
And then later in the game, like, in like a completely different inning, reappear back on that base out of nowhere. So like, it could be the very top of the inning, like you just started, and then one of your players is like, "Hi, I'm standing on second base now because I decided to back out earlier."
I imagine second base is like a little like
It's like a little hatch.
I guess yeah, like those like not the subway, but like those like tunnels in like the middle of like a road, like those. I don't remember the name. I don't remember the word.
I don't know. It's kind of
but,
like a sewer system.
Sewer. That's it. Like the
There's
sewer
like a-
tunnels. You just kind of like hop down, hop in.
I like to
Kind of
imagine it as like a
base.
nuclear bunker or something where they just hop in there and they hide for a moment.
Yeah,
A manhole,
that's
it may be like a manhole cover.
fun. Yeah, manhole cover. Yeah, that's something like that. Yeah.
On day 75, a player named Kirk Cruller was marked as observed by Chorby Soul. And a few games later, on day 78, in a Philly Pies versus Yellowstone Magic's game, Cruller walked into the secret base in the Yellowstone National Ballpark, and then received the modification redacted.
What?
So he just went into a secret base and then was redacted. He was just gone. He disappeared under the ballpark and then was never seen again. That same game, that same exact day, Cruller exited the secret base at the Shoe Stadium.
What?
So he disappeared in one ballpark and then appeared in an entirely different ballpark in the middle of an entirely different game.
What the fuck?
So let's say like in this game right now we have let's see, Hatfield Suzuki is playing. Let's say Hatfield Suzuki goes into the secret base on second base. They go in, they get redacted, and then they show up in this game over here.
Okay, sure.
Okay, and they had a new stats effect called Attractor, which reads, when this player scores a run, they will join the lineup of the team that scored them. So even though Hatfield Suzuki would be in the middle of the game here, they would still be classified as a Crabs player, even though this is a Flowers versus Wild Wings game. And if the Wild Wings are in the middle of batting and they, let's say, hit a home run, Hatfield would go to third base and then the home plate. And because the Wild Wings scored that run, Suzuki is now a Wild Wings player. So that's what happened.
Bad news on the site. Why Mason third and fourth got echoed to the static. So sad.
Yeah, good game. Goodbye.
Good.
3 and 5, 8. 3 and 8. Goodbye.
3 and 8. Bye
Those two.
bye.
Yeah. Again, these games happen once per hour, so this was just regularly happening. You know, we're still looking at season 14, I think, right now, but I'm reading season 15. So yeah, that's a very weird thing that happened. Players just going into secret bases, becoming redacted, and then popping up in a completely different game. Couldn't they also pop up in different... Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. They're popping up in different games. It was fucking weird. We didn't know what was happening. Cruller's Soul Scream had disappeared, and their star rating appeared significantly boosted.
What?
So, Cruller popped up in a completely different game. His Soul Scream was gone. So he had no more Soul Scream, and his stats looked way better than they previously were. He got like way better stats. Except he didn't, because if you looked at the player's like secret stats, nothing changed. It was like these stats were fake. He like it would say he had like 7 stars in batting, but if you looked at like the stats that were related to batting, when you looked at the secret stats, they didn't change at all. Nothing changed about him except for the fact that his Soul Scream was gone, and it just said his stats were better, but they weren't.
What the fuck? Okay.
So these are just fucked up fake stats and a Soul Scream that is gone. They have no more soul anymore. Cruller did not score a run while on second base and appeared promptly after that. So in this case, Cruller showed up on second base, but failed to score a run. And after that inning was over, Cruller just kind of went and was redacted again because nobody ever collected him. Playing some Black Myth Wukong, and it's my game of the year. Is the game that good? Glad to hear it. Okay, live bait. This is a fun time with Torby Soul's Necromancy and infamously lengthy Soul Scream back in the active play. I won't play that game after I heard about the devs. I did too. A lot of people bought Black Myth Wukong before they knew what happened. So I'm glad you're enjoying the game. That's for sure. That being said, I'm not buying it. I just hope it's fun.
Yep.
Like, you've already bought the game. If you already bought the game, there's no reason not to play it. With Torby's Soul back in play, fans found that Torby's Soul was causing the level of the Seattle garages to race at alarming rates and stay very high. For most of the season. This meant that the consumers circled around the garages nearly exclusively, almost always attacking Torby's Soul. Soul was so attractive to the consumers that they, by day 7, had lost every single one of their stars in their stats in all of these attacks, and their player attributes were fully minimized after only 10 attacks. Further attacks on Soul took away chunks of their soul. Every single bite takes away a chunk of a player's soul, but the only thing left of the consumers to attack was their soul. Soul ended with a total of 138 consumer attacks within just the span of Season 15 alone.
What the fuck?
So, yeah, every time you get attacked by sharks, they take 1 soul off of you, and Torby obviously had like 1,000 of soul. And they also take a chunk of your stats. And because Torby was constantly attacked, Torby's stats basically dropped to 0 very, very quickly. But they still remained incredibly heavy because of all that soul. And the sharks didn't exclusively just attack Torby. They much more likely did attack Torby, but they attacked pretty much everybody on the garages constantly. So the poor garages were constantly being attacked by sharks. Several other players suffered from consumer attacks in the season, notably Nagomi McDaniel, who was an incredibly good player, probably because she's very good, and another player named Alyssa Harrell. On day 104 of Season 15, in the first round of the playoff series, both McDaniel and Harrell were attacked by consumers when they only had a single unit of soul left. Upon the attacks and their soul being eaten, both players were immediately taken from the teams and redacted.
Oh.
The player's profile shows that they no longer had any soul screams. So when a player loses all of their soul, they become redacted. That's something new we learned. We don't know what's going on with these redactions yet, but we are learning ways that it can happen. Players can be simply kidnapped out of the secret base, or they can be attacked by sharks to the point that they're just stolen. Hi, Drago. So more and more reasons for players to just go missing.
Okay.
Let's see. Upon passing the Bats Decree, every player in the active roster, every player who was active on every team received a bat. And every player now had an items tab, which, of course, begs the question, did these players not have bats before?
What were they? Oh.
Everybody receives a bat. Several players received bats with modifications, indicating that the items can grant modifications when they're held, similar to how the old armor system used to work. So some of these, they were just basic modifications that improved the team. Like, maybe one of the bats had more durability than other bats, because sometimes when a player got attacked by a consumer and they were holding an item, oftentimes they would attack the consumer back with that item, and it would take a durability off the item. And then sometimes durability would just drain off the weapons naturally, I believe. So every player received a bat, I guess, as a way to try and defend themselves from the consumers. Most of them only had 1 durability, though. They were very cheap bats. Replacing the trust will that was available previously is one that was called alternate trust, which I will pull that up really quick because it was kind of interesting looking. 13, 14, 15. I will jump to materia. Is it? So when the readings were happening for the tarot cards and stuff, they were usually written in this purple color. I mentioned the reader existing as a character with no icon. This is the
okay.
What happened? Austin Surveys, I got what? I don't know, Ticker. I'm not paying attention.
Hey, buddy.
So, here we go. So there was a new thing you were allowed to vote for in the election that was called alternate trust. If I can go to that really quick. Da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Is it here or later? Blessings, wills. I don't have access to wills because I sold my thing. Sell those. Let me just buy a slot really quick and buy. How do I buy? Look at wills again. Pizza. Ballpark renovations. Which one is? There we go. The cheese board. Cheese board. Cheese board. Election. Was it in here? Alternate trust. Here it is. Alternate trust. If I remember correctly, at some point this turned color.
Oh.
So let's see. Season 15 day. I like to jump to day 90 because that's like by the end of the game.
Mhm.
At the end of the season, I mean. No. What happened? What happened here?
Maybe it's in like a different season.
Maybe it was a different season that this thing happened. Alternate trust. Yeah, okay, so I'm thinking of something that happens a little bit later.
Yeah.
When is the last time something was mentioned about the reader? Am I skipping over something? No. Okay, so at this point, like, we're still getting the tarot card readings. They're still giving out things every season. Like, eventually something's going to happen to that, but I don't remember when that's happening. So that's why I keep double checking, because that part's important. This is the redaction of players getting bit. We talked about the items. Alternate trust. So there was a thing called trust, but now there's a thing called alternate trust, where instead of just giving a modification to a player, it alternates the player and then gives the new status effect to the player. So you can get a new status effect. In this case, these players received a parasite status effect, but you didn't receive these unless you re-rolled the player entirely, like rolling an alternate for them.
Okay.
So it's basically the same thing, except it's not just free. You have to re-roll the player before you get a status effect. The will reform allows the reformation of modifications on a player. So if you had mirroring them, yeah, basically it mirrors them and does something funky to them. I don't know. Basically, reform made it so if there was a modification on one of your players and you didn't like that modification, you could re-roll that modification into something completely random. So Baltimore Crabs reform Kennedy Loser, who I don't remember what status effect they had, but they received the Haunted status effect, which I've explained before, that you get haunted by dead ghosts. The Seattle Garages tried to reform Torby Soul's debt, so that way they'd stop hitting people and, like, redacting them. But it ended up re-rolling into unstable.
Okay, well, the thing they wanted not to happen.
Right, and I'm pretty sure this instability, I don't know if it was temporary, it might have been permanent, I don't remember. Unstable after they were plundered to the Lenilius. Okay, so the Seattle Garages had Torby Soul, and they re-rolled because they had Torby Soul, they were able to choose a player on their team to re-roll a stat on, and they took Torby Soul and they re-rolled debt, and it turned it into unstable. During that exact same election, the New York Millennials used the plunder will to steal a player from any team, and for some reason they chose Torby Soul. So the New York Millennials removed Soul's debt and turned it into unstable, and then the New York Millennials stole Torby Soul. So now they have a character that is constantly attracting sharks to their team, and also at any moment can just burst into flames and start spreading instability across the team.
Oh my god.
Very unfortunate combo of things to happen here.
Yeah, in one succession.
Yeah, stuff like this happened occasionally, and it was always funny. In an attempt to retrieve Torby Short and Montgomery McDaniel, the Yellowstone Magic and the Boston Flowers respectively used the plunder will, but instead of being plundered, these players instead remained redacted and became unstable instead.
What the fuck? Okay.
So you cannot pull these players out of being redacted. The act of trying to pull these players out of being redacted caused them to become unstable. At the end of the season, both Torby Soul and York Silk were permitted to stay. Return did not activate because they were brought back from the dead, and they are still here. They're not going back yet.
Thank God.
We are introduced to a character who, if you look at the way this name is spelled, it looks like it says Loot Crates, but due to this accent over the name, it's actually pronounced Luocrates. This is Luocrates.
What the fuck?
We're introduced to Luocrates. Let me see if I can pull up what Luocrates look like. Did they show up here? Season 15. Here we go. This is Luocrates.
Oh,
they are basically a bunch of boxes, loot crates, whatever you want to call them. They are
But their name is Luocrates.
Their name is Luocrates.
Okay.
They say, from the vaults, gifts forged in stars, tools of the new era, the inquiry begins again. Memories flood, overtake the bridge, erode the pillars. A witness wades. Witnesses shape the current, carrying sediment, etching names and keepsakes, crafting legends. Nobody knows what the fuck this means. Very cryptic. But that's about all we get out of Luocrates. They just show up and they tell us this interesting little poem. Season 16, Attractive Attractors. I believe, let's see. After a spat of redactions in Season 15, because a whole bunch of players went missing, a handful of the players received the Attractor modification, which was the one that caused them to pop up in other games. The first few triggers of attraction occurred on day 1, when Brisket Friendo, which was the first player to ever be redacted, that was the one the boss was like, where's Friendo? Brisket Friendo appeared on the secret base during a Baltimore Crabs and Seattle Garages game, and was part of a run that was scored by the Crabs. Friendo immediately joined the Crabs' shadows, basically sitting on the Crabs' bench, where they remained for the rest of the season. Several other redacted players exited secret bases in Season 16 and were attracted to various other team shadows. So, Brisket Friendo came back, Nagomi McDaniel came back, Torby Short came back, Liquid Friend came back, and then 2 other players came back that you haven't heard about. On a special note, Liquid Friend, one of the 2 players with the hard-boiled modification, which was what the detectives had. I don't know. At this point, we didn't know why it was called hard-boiled, but the detectives had a hard-boiled modification. So the 2 detectives, one of the 2 detectives came out of the secret base with the modification scrambled, leaving Uncle Plasma as the only hard-boiled player. I don't know if we knew what scrambled even did. It's just Liquid Friend was a hard-boiled player, and when they came back from being redacted, they are now scrambled.
This is so what the fuck?
That's what it was like playing Blaseball. Is things would happen, and you just look at it and you're like, what the fuck does this mean?
What does this mean? Okay, we move on. Let's just continue. There's
we
more
have
to
these
come.
2 players. We have these 2 players, and they're both claimed to be hard-boiled. The game doesn't tell us what hard-boiled means. One of them goes missing, comes back, and now he's scrambled. What does scrambled mean? We don't know.
This feels like with our doing of shops and all of this other like crazy shit of like buying shit. I feel like we are mini gods within gods. Of like we are being perceived, but we're also like controlling things of like god like behavior.
We have control over this game in a way that only gods should have, but there are people above us, and they are basically toying with us at every second. That is how this is. That's how this feels.
It does feel like that. I'm trying to perceive this.
Yeah. A few players received a status effect that made it so their items did not take any durability damage, which is nice. Torby Soul, who had been incinerated earlier in the season, because you remember how they re-rolled debt on Chorby and it made them unstable by accident?
Yep.
Chorby Soul got incinerated earlier in the season of 16. Was targeted by plunder of the Boston Flowers, before also being plundered by the Baltimore Crabs. Chorby Soul died by incineration, and then 2 other teams tried to grab them at the same fucking time again. Chorby is just not allowed to fucking die. So, the Boston Flowers grabbed Chorby Soul out of the Hall of Flame again, because Chorby Soul died again, and then they took the Boston Flowers took Chorby out of the Hall of Flame, and then the Baltimore Crabs also wanted Chorby Soul. So after the Boston Flowers had Chorby, the Baltimore Crabs then stole them from the Boston Flowers. They were basically playing tug-of-war with this poor player. Everybody wants the GOAT. But Chorby Soul wasn't even the GOAT. Their stats were 0.
No, yeah,
they got
Chorby
attacked
Soul
so
was
bad. They were terrible.
They just have a cursed soul and that's it.
They were the worst fucking player ever, actually.
Yep.
Everybody was just curious, I think. Chorby Soul had become in some way Chorby Soul had become a protagonist in some way, and people wanted that. Of course, they returned out of the Hall of Flame and they once again have debt. So they were unstable, they got incinerated, they got pulled back out of hell again, they got the debt again. Poor fucking Chorby.
Poor Chord.
Mm-hmm. More players at the start of season 17 get a tractor and show up. Tad Seath, one of the first 2 players to get redacted, comes back again. So congratulations, Tad, you're back.
Yay.
Legendary players. After 5 seasons, after the introduction of the MVP voting system on the idol board, we talked about this quite a while ago now, it becomes important again. Various degrees of ego modifications have been applied to players. Every single time a player received ego, an extra plus would be added onto their ego modification. So first they had ego plus, then it was ego plus plus, then ego plus plus plus. And eventually it's been 5 seasons. York Silk and Nagomi McDaniel, 2 very famous players that everybody likes because they're both incredibly good and they both have the modification that makes double money. Both long-time high performers by fans stayed on the idol board above the yellow line for 5 times in a row. The ego modification was changed to the legendary modification, and they were removed from the game.
What? Just what? What? Okay.
They were made unidolable, and a small message from Locrates about Silk and McDaniel was made. Locrates showed up and said, sediment collects in the delta, spreading nucleosynthesis, forging legends, stars vaulted, preserved.
Cool.
It is unknown what this means for the players that are legendary. It is unknown if this, at this time, what it means for a player to be legendary, vaulted, or preserved. But, yeah, congratulations. You guys were MVP 5 years in a row. Vaulted. Preserved.
Or at least
Out of the
they're
game.
safe. Question?
Yeah? I guess. They're gone now, but they are preserved, I guess. Congratulations, I think. Clap, clap. Sorry you can't... Some fan favorite players are no longer in the game anymore. It's not like York Silk died already once. Let's see. The library. The library. Okay. During the elections, several decrees were passed. The first one being the library decree that granted us the ability to open the library and look inside, containing ancient histories of Blaseball. The smithy allowed us to do some things involving fixing weapons and repairing items. And the third one was Fairgrounds, that added prize matches, which was just a random thing that would happen where players would get items. The thing that matters here is the library. Let me check. Season 17 elections. So let's go to Season 18, Day 1. Okay. 18, Day 1. So after the elections of Season 17, fans voted to have access to a library. So here's the library.
Library.
Root, redacted, redacted, redacted. Prehistory, the first day, first edition. We'll get to that in a second. Everything's redacted. Prehistory, everything's redacted.
Okay.
The bridge, everything is redacted. Discipline, everything is redacted.
That's what okay. So it's like everything's gonna come with time, starting with prehistory, not root still. Okay.
Yeah, so we can assume root is how Blaseball began. Prehistory is like, we know what discipline is. Discipline was the first era of Blaseball that we saw. So we can assume Prehistory 1 and Prehistory 2 were 2 eras of Blaseball that existed prior to us ever being able to watch the game. And the bridge was probably whatever happened between Prehistory 2 and the game as we know it.
I love I just see the ticker going like, where's Chorby, by the way?
I hear all of your kind words. Thank you. We all love me, the ticker.
We love the ticker.
I love you, ticker. I miss him. Anyway, the first day of Blaseball. The first day, first edition. The first day, first edition. Luocrates is here, says, assertion, whatever that means. Play ball, rejoice.
And it's redacted.
An umpire appeared.
Oh.
The Alaskan Immortals joined Ultra League Blaseball. 5 bases were placed.
Okay.
So we got the 5 bases. I believe that includes the pitching mound. So we got the 4 bases pitching mound. So this is Blaseball as it is known being born. We got the umpires, play ball. A team known as the Alaskan Immortals exists, and it's not Internet League Blaseball, it's Ultra League Blaseball. So this is something that happened way before we even had a chance to even know what Blaseball was. This is prehistory. This is the library, and this is all we get. We voted for this, and this is all we were allowed to see. I love getting nothing. Let's see. With new decrees voted in, Luocrates seemed committed, commented on prize matches of the past. while Boss congratulated the mysterious box on a successful season. So congratulations, Locrates, with all these items and things. You're doing a good job. She also gave the monitor a new title, our new food and beverage director and tour guide, before signing off for a 2-week off season. So she's giving everybody the thumbs up. Things are going great, according to her.
Everything's going good.
Before play began on season 18, ownership, which is the coin boss, announced that Chorby Soul was to be preserved and gained the legendary modification.
Okay.
I guess we can't be fucking around with Chorby Soul anymore.
Thank God.
We didn't have any choice in this matter. She just kind of took Chorby Soul away from us and said, stop fucking around. The construction of the library was completed. All we got was the stuff about the first day. A gift shop appeared, giving teams the opportunity to help one another with gifts. Gift shop participation opens during the early siesta and remains open through the mid-scene until the late siesta. So between days 27 and 72, fans are allowed to interact with the gift shop and buy gifts and send them to other teams. These are usually like small modifications, small ways of maybe some items, something to help out. Fairgrounds, as I mentioned, caused prize matches, which were just a regular Blaseball game, but the weather would change to a prize match instead of no, the game would just be labeled as a prize match, and whatever team won would just get some prize at the end. It was just a random thing that happened sometimes. Cool free items. Let's see. For example, like during the very first prize match, one of the teams, the Crabs, received an item called the Hot Bat of Stamina. Let's see. Hold on. Something about talking this much, which is something I don't normally do, is causing me to get like really phlegmy, so I have to keep muting so I can like cough for a moment. Okay. At the end of the, let's see, anything else interesting? Hotel Motel was a ballpark renovation that caused holiday innings. Hotel Motel Holiday Inn.
Holiday Inn. I get
it. This was a thing that made it so occasionally during a game, if a player would score a run, instead of scoring a run for your team and improving your team's score, the player would instead party, which hasn't been mentioned in a long time, but that's the thing that causes random stat buffs. So imagine if instead of scoring a run for your team, the player that scored the run would instead just get a stat buff instead and you got nothing. That is arguably a fair trade, I think. Right? Like, okay, yeah, sure, your team doesn't score one run for one game, but now you have a player who's permanently a little bit better. That was kind of neat. And this is not something that's important. I'm getting, like, distracted by all these little side things. There was a lot of small things you could just do. Let's see. There was a new record for Spillover game, a game that lasted 67 minutes. At MVPs, more players were given the legendary status. This included a player named Alden Cash Money, Goodwin Morning. The pitching machine was classified as legendary, vaulted, whatever the fuck. Removed from the game. Farewell, pitching machine.
I love your pitching machine.
Reader. Here's where the reader starts getting interesting. During the Earl Siesta, the reader took on new importance. The reading of the regular tarot card reading with the reader was marked a bold statement of out from under, take the over. They were then interrupted by the boss, who announced that the readings would henceforth be cancelled and seemingly ended the Earl Siesta event early there. However, the reader appeared on the website after a few minutes to say lighten up, and then proceeded to do the reading anyway. She had given both Justice Spoon and Lotus Mango a status effect called negative, with the accompanying message out from under, take the over, and trust me.
Trust me.
So, the reader said something the boss didn't like. The boss canceled tarot card readings from now on. The boss went away. A few minutes later, the tarot card reader comes back, says, lighten up, and then does the fucking tarot card reading anyway, and then gives out the stat buffs that she normally gives out, and then says, trust me.
Trust me.
Trust me.
Okay.
Following the reading, the reader created a decree of their own. A new thing that you were able to vote on in the election page that wasn't there prior in the season. It just showed up after after the reader had said, "Trust me," and it was called Trustfall. With the description saying, "Turn the tables, winning will be losing, trust me."
What?
And after the 4 blessing, and then there was 4 other blessings called Cape of Containment, Bon Voyage, Graphene, and Open Floor Plan. I don't remember what any of these did. I don't remember what they did. But the point was, the raider was slipping in new options for us to vote for that we previously weren't allowed to vote for before.
Okay.
Here's a new funny thing. Winning will be losing, trust me. This added turntables to all the stadiums because, of course, fans saw this happen and they're like, "Oh, what the fuck?" So, of course, we voted for it. It said, "Stars fall ascending below 0, leaps of faith turntables." This added turntables to all stadiums. Turntables, something stupid happened. I'm not going to explain in general, but there was a rule in the game called ratification where if multiple teams had the same modification to their ballpark, it would remove that modification from their ballpark and just embed that modification as a general rule to Blaseball itself, so every team had to follow it. So because every single team received turntables as a thing to their ballpark, it instantly became ratified because over half the league had it, and it just became a part of non-physical law written directly into the rules of Blaseball that whatever the fuck turntables does is now a rule. This is a permanent thing, forever. And as you could probably guess with what she said, winning is now losing.
Cool. That's great.
Here's something I want to talk about that's really funny because I thought it was fucking hilarious, and I have a video for it.
Oh, video?
I do. So, when a player...
Oh, Winter's really excited.
Yeah. You want me to talk about Nerd Pacheco, don't you? Because it was funny.
Oh, boy.
When a player was shelled, they could not do anything. They were still on the team. Every time they went up to bat, it was hilarious. Yes, it was. They would go up to bat, and the game would just say, "This player is shelled and can't play," and they would just get skipped. They would sometimes be out in the outfield during, like, the defense, when the team was playing defense, and a ball might roll into the, I guess, like a pocket.
Hello, everyone. Tom Scott here, and today I am trapped at the south side of Chicago.
Hi guys, thanks for the raid, Rock. I hope you guys are doing good. I'm about to explain one of the funniest things to happen in Blaseball, in my personal opinion, so I guess you showed up here in a good time. What the fuck is a Gridman? What's up a Gridman? What were you playing? What's up? Gridman. Hello. Hope you guys are doing good. Good to see you. I'm here to... Let me give you a shout out because I always forget to give shout outs and I'm bad about this.
Well.
Shout out Rock. Give me a second. Why is it not working? At Rock. There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go. Shout out to Rock. Cool dude. He plays a lot of fighting games. Really cool dude. Nice to see ya. Anyway, let me explain what's happening here. When a player got shelled in Blaseball, they were just basically not allowed to play the game. They were trapped in a giant peanut shell. How are you supposed to play a sport if you're trapped in a giant peanut shell? You can't play this fucking game.
You can't play.
Nerd Pacheco had been shelled for multiple seasons. I want to say they first got shelled sometime around season 13.
Oh.
And it is now season 18. They have been shelled this entire time. And they were a very, very big fan favorite to the team, the Philadelphia Pies. And the Philly Pies really liked Nerd, and they wanted to get Nerd Pacheco out of his shell. And at this point in the game, the only way to get a player out of a peanut shell is to get lucky during bird weather so that the birds would come down and pick a player out of a shell. Every single time there was a modification available for the ballpark that caused bird weather to be more common or to react more often, the Pies always went for it. The Pies became the bird team. And despite this fact, despite constantly going for this bird weather, trying to break Nerd Pacheco out of the shell, it is season 18 and he is still in there. And finally, during season 18, Nerd Pacheco is finally released from his shell. A bird pecks him free, and he's finally free. When a player is freed from a peanut shell, they receive a status effect called super allergic. Which, whenever a player is players can be allergic to peanuts. This is just something that's regularly on their page listing, saying they could be allergic or whether or not they're not allergic. Nobody with a super allergic reaction has ever been affected by a peanut before. This is just something that every player who gets freed from a shell just has. During this season, the same season that Nerd Pacheco was released from his shell, Nerd was doing a great job. He showed up and was doing amazing, and the Philly Pies were doing great, and they made it into the postseason, and they were fighting for the championship. And then during day 107, during, like, the finals, where they're trying to become the champion, he eats a fucking peanut. And he went from a total of 15.9 stars to 0.5.
What?
He went from having 15, nearly 16 stars to less than 1.
What?
This allergic reaction nuked him. It might as well have just fucking killed him. It was so bad. And right then and there, he went from being one of the reasons the team was going into the championships to being the thing that fucking tanked them in an instant. They lost the championship so fucking hard. It was so disheartening.
Imagine having your life ruined by a peanut.
By a peanut. And I'm going to really quickly pull up a video. Where is it? I have it saved recently. Real Life Sports. I believe it was posted in here. In my fucking Blaseball Discord for my favorite team, we were talking about... we were making a joke about the Olympics and that one guy who did the pole vault, and he hit the pole by smacking the pole with his fucking balls. Let me find... I'm sure you remember that happening. Let me see if I can find the video. Here it is. I gotta open this in a new tab really quick. Open in a new tab, if I can. Copy message link, media... Where's the media link? Edit message... Where is it? How do I open this in a new tab? Copy message link, speak message... Copy message ID. How do I grab the fucking video? Here it is. Copy link. I'm gonna open this in... There we go. So there was this, oh, it just downloads it? Fuck you. Okay, give me a second. I have it on my PC now. I'm gonna pause the music really quick and then, window capture this because, let's see. Window capture... Not Spotify... Media player. Yeah, media player. Is this gonna pick up the audio of this? I don't know if it will. I also have to put up an audio source because stupid. I want you guys to see what this is. Media player. Here we go. This should work. So this is a video of Nerd Pacheco and the Philadelphia Filling, which was the mascot for the Philly Pies. This might get me copyright slammed. I don't even care.
No.
This is a genuine recreation of what we believe happened to Nerd. So sad.
Holy shit.
So as you can imagine, the Philly Pies lost.
Yeah, my god.
And very immediately after this season, Nerd Pacheco was put on the bench and never played a game again.
Well, rest in peace.
All of this work to put Nerd Pacheco back in the game, and all for nothing because of a fucking peanut.
What?
A fucking peanut.
What?
Yep. Let's see. Let me see what happened. There was the new thing that was mentioned. Let's see. Notable results. Hype train to crave notification. I'm not going to mention hype train because that wasn't that important. Trust fall. Nerd Pacheco taken to the backside of the barn and sent to the shadows frolicking. Yeah. He went to the benches in the sky, as you know. They told him to go stand behind the dugout, and then there was a loud bang, and they're like, "Yeah, he's in the he's in the shadows now."
He's in the shadows. Yeah, just don't trust me. He's in the he's in the shadows.
Yeah. I'm trying to see what else might be important here. Trust fall.
Mm-hmm.
Hyper train, ballpark, spill shame. The alternate trust will was used to create alternates for players. I mentioned alternate trust before, how it'll give your players a new status effect, but it will re-roll their stats. Justice Spoon already had negative due to the previous reading. When the reader said lighten up and like did the reading anyway and gave some people some some like a buff or whatever. Justice Spoon already had one on her known as negative. And the Justice Spoon was a player for the firefighters. Don't forget music based. Oh, you're right. Thank you. Sorry, I'm getting distracted with my fucking talking. Good reminder. Thank you. I'll put the music back on. Fireworker Friday. It's not Friday. Justice Spoon was a player for the firefighters, and as I had mentioned before, the firefighters really liked the reader because anytime the reader did anything involving the firefighters, it was always a positive thing. I'd mentioned before that Kennedy Rogers had received a buff from the reader, and that was the first time we started trusting them, and then nothing had ever really harmed us from there. And because Justice Spoon was randomly selected to receive the negative status effect from the reader in the previous season, and then she said, "Trust me," and then there was a thing called alternate trust. Us firefighters fans, I'm going to say us at this point because I was here when this happened. I was agreeing to do all this. We said, hey, we think the reader wants us to trust them. And they very clearly picked one of our players for something. So we voted for alternate trust, and we voted to use this alternate trust stat reroll, pull an alternate, and give a status effect to Justice Spoon, the same person that she chose last time.
Okay.
And this status effect was rerolled into something brand new called Undertaker, which is something that was never seen before. Let's see if it explains what it does. I don't think it ever mentions what Undertaker is specifically. But Undertaker was a status effect that made it so when a teammate goes elsewhere, they get swiped away by the fucking waves of immateria that have never stopped, by the way. The boss kept saying that they would clear this up, and they never fucking did. Anytime a player would get swept elsewhere, Justice Spoon would also go elsewhere.
Oh, what?
And eventually, they would both return at the same time. And the player that was brought back with Justice would now have the negative modifier on it.
Okay.
I don't believe at this point we knew what negative did. Let's see. Oh yeah, we did. Negative players have a negative E density. So that thing that was causing us to get heavier and sink and be attacked by consumers, the thing that was attacking Torby's soul all the time, because Torby was so fucking dense and causing the team to basically sink into, I guess, the immateria and be attacked by sharks. Negative was like the opposite of that. Whatever density you had was considered a negative number and kept your team afloat instead of sinking.
Okay.
So here's Justice going out and saving these players who are getting swept elsewhere, bringing them back, and making it so they make our team less likely to be attacked by consumers. Cool. That's actually cool. Thank you, Justice. A few more players get revoked and they get the roaming status. At this point, it's not that important. You know what the roaming is. I explained it before. They just kind of jump from team to team. It's kind of silly. After... Oh god, the replicas. So during the gift shop, because there was a gift shop and we were able to give gifts to other teams, one of the few things we were able to give to people were replicas of other players. Specifically the players that were considered legendary and vaulted. If a player was removed from the game, you were now able to buy replicas of those players and gift them to each other. So you can give a replica of York Silk to any team you wanted. these replicas did not have a soul, they had a barcode.
Huh.
And at the end of elections, all of the replicas that existed turned to dust. So they stopped existing.
Oh, okay.
Chorby Soul 2 and Chorby Soul 3 avoided turning to dust because they somehow got redacted. Rest in peace to those two. I mean, not rest in peace. I mean, I don't know what the fuck happened.
Rest in something.
Chorby Soul 2 was redacted and Chorby Soul 3 was incinerated. So that's what happened.
Oh. Rest in violence.
Rest in violence to Chorby Soul 3 and whatever the fuck happened to Chorby Soul 2. They didn't turn to dust because they were not there. Okay. Season 19, Upside Down.
Ooh.
With the passing of turntables, all wins were converted to unwins, worth -1
Well,
win.
you have to lose to win.
Yeah,
What
winning
the
will be
fuck?
losing. Wins are
Okay.
worth now -1 win. This inverted the standings of the season, resulting in the teams with the worst scores being the ones at the top and the ones with the best scores being the ones at the bottom.
Shit.
Unwins were also discovered to be worth -E density and would make teams weigh less. They were lighter and less likely to be attacked by consumers. This kept a majority of the teams from consumers for the rest of the season, and the playoffs continued as normal, crowning the Tokyo Lift as the champions. So shout out to the Tokyo Lift, the team that was always kind of the underdog, winning the championship because they sucked.
Wow.
During Earl Siesta, the boss returned and redeclared the seasonal ratings were once again canceled and pleaded for the repeal of turntables, saying, "Please take this away." The only available decree at the start of the season, however, hang on, what? I'm misreading this. And pleaded for the repeal of turntables, the only available decree at the start of the season. That's right. Hang on. Let me go to season 17, 19. I'll just go to day 50. Election. So, actually, I'll go to day 72. Hang on. Season 19, day. I'll say, what is it? 28. I'll go to 28. Because that's like, when does this happen? Season 19, day. Let's go to 5. I don't know. Go back. Okay. So the boss shows up, and she's like, "Please get rid of this turntables rule, where winning is losing and losing is winning. This sucks."
It's fun.
And then the elections come around, and we're allowed to see what's available in the election. The only decree is to get rid of turntables. We have been stripped of our ability to vote because we only have one option, and that is to get rid of this fucking
what
thing.
happens if, I don't know, people just don't vote?
Sadly, it's done by democratic vote. Whatever has the most votes passes. The only way that would, the only way, there is like 40,000 people playing this game. There's no way this thing is not getting at least one vote.
Touche.
So it's just, I'm saying there's 40,000 people. That's just how many people I know joined the Blaseball Discord. There's probably way more people who didn't even join the Discord. So this was the only option. We've pretty much been stripped of our ability to vote for a decree. She just says, "Here, take this, please. Get rid of it. I hate this fucking upside down game." Let's see. It is the only available decree at the start of the season. However, at the season reading continued, yet again, despite the boss constantly saying it's canceled, the reader once again slipped us another thing to vote for. Season 19, day 50. So here's when the rating happens, and she provides us a new thing. Underachiever, unwin the under bracket, crown the under champions. So,
oh, hell yeah.
the reader keeps on trying to give us these things that, like, reduce E density and makes the game just, like, play opposite so we stop getting attacked by shit. The only descriptive text on the read was turnover, and every single card was pulled. Every single card was pulled during the reading. Every single tarot card was pulled, including the Fool card 4 times in groups of 3. One player on every team received a modification, either Uncertain, Undertaker, or Seeker. All of these had to do with players going elsewhere. Uncertain rerolled the stats when they came back. Undertaker's the thing that Justice had, where it turned everybody into negatives. And Seeker was, let's see. What does Seeker do? Seeker... The player has a chance of bringing a teammate back from elsewhere. Okay, oh. What are you doing? Damn, yeah. Why'd you attack her?
Damn, violence in you?
Violence. I don't know how that works since Winter is a mod. If this is anything like the way it works in Gindray's stream, I think you might have just temporarily unmodded her and kicked her for a few minutes.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah. Anyway,
Well.
Justice had Undertaker, so when somebody why did I attack her? 'Cause funny.
Well, I think she's back.
She's back, and she still has her mod.
Yeah, at least it's safe.
I don't know if it ever killed her. 'Cause funny. How long did you kick him?
Yeah, how long?
I am getting DMs.
Do not fuck with the empires? Okay.
Yeah, true.
Fair.
I don't. 600 seconds. 10 minutes. Okay. A 10-minute kick for Mana. We'll see you in a bit, man.
Bye bye.
Also, with this, I am realizing how late it's getting, so I'll go on for another 30 minutes.
Got it.
So, Justice Spoon, when somebody went elsewhere, Justice would also go elsewhere. They wouldn't arrive at the same time, but when the player came back from being elsewhere, they were negative. Seeker made it so the player went elsewhere when somebody else went elsewhere, and then they'd come back at the same time. It was almost like the Seeker was grabbing them and rescuing them, getting them back faster. At least I'm pretty sure this is how that all works, but it was all about players going elsewhere. So I guess this is the reader's way of trying to fix things. The floods are still happening. Here's some things that make floods not as bad, is basically what the reader's been doing. Trying to make it so E-density is not as big of an issue and players stop getting attacked by sharks. The reader seems to be trying to fix things, maybe not in the best way possible, but they're trying. At least it seems like they are. Let's see. Additionally, a second decree was added about the underbrackets. The only legendary player added this time was Valentine's Games, another famous player, so we got more players going into the vault. Come the elections, collective E-density was now at the lowest it's ever been. Turntables was not appealed because we voted for the thing the reader gave us. And the boss came back and she started talking to us.
Okay, cool. Who cares about the boss? I mean, yeah,
Yeah,
you
it
might
was-
control things, but
She says,
Ooh-wee.
special announcement. It is now clear to us Blaseball is deeply divided. We've recorded massive losses. The league is in the red. We've been forced to make a deal, a grand bargain. Inflation will keep us afloat. As we get things squared away, so have your fun, stay positive, win or lose, everybody wins.
what?
This was concluded by the league being leveraged to instate the quote-unquote sun rule, or some people refer to it as sun squared, which squared all of the wins. So if you know math, resulting in -1 wins being squared into being 1 win again. So -1 squared is +1. So from now on, every single time wins are scored, they are squared. This is not going to cause problems because everybody knows multiplication is not a complex thing. So so win or lose, stay positive, everybody wins. Things are being squared away. We are squaring wins. This is also, when it's called sun or sun squared, the way people are referring to it like that, that's because this was not like a rule. This was not a rule that the boss introduced. Let me jump to season 20, day 1. And I'll go to standings. There is now this. This is the sun squared. There's quite literally a brand new sun in the sky. And this sun is somehow squaring the wins. So even though the games are getting -1 win every single time a team wins, these -1 wins are being squared to +1 wins. So the game is back to normal again. We did not we did not remove the turntable rule. We just added on top of it to try and fix it like a band-aid. I say we, but I'm not saying we. I'm talking about the boss. She's the one who did this.
The bitch.
Quote unquote, yeah. So we're kind of losing control of this game. It seems like we as fans are losing control of our ability to do things because the boss is trying to keep things the way she wants it to go.
Stabilized, yeah.
Yeah. I'm kind of curious about when do feed things start coming in? All newest first. When does? Oh, I saw it for a second and it just disappeared. Hang on. Feed newest first. All. When does it start adding the calculator?
A calculator?
Eventually, scoring becomes such a complex fucking thing that it becomes confusing as to what's happening, and the game starts adding a calculator to show you exactly what's happening. That does that happens eventually. I guess it hasn't happened yet. I feel like the fact that I'm getting into season 19 and season 20 shows that I'm actually getting pretty close to the end of explaining what's happening here, because Blaseball only goes on for 24 seasons.
Oh.
But it's also, if stuff starts getting really fucking insane around the end of things, so that would make for a good final stream, that's for sure. I will see how far I can get into this before I have to go back, let's say, before I call it. I'm just saying, like, I feel like I'm on a good pace here.
Yep. Fair.
Sorry, give me a second.
Yep, go for it.
I don't know, I just had to burp really quick.
Mm.
I think I, like, coughed so hard, I, like, shoved a burp into me somehow.
Oh.
Quote unquote, a couple suns later, yeah. So at this point, there's technically 2 suns in the sky. The first sun that existed in Blaseball collapsed into the black hole that we know as black hole weather. That was what happened with that one.
Oh, yeah.
Upon black hole happening, they introduced a new sun into the sky that was just a brand new sun. They just called it Sun 2. And Sun 2 was a different weather effect. I haven't mentioned up to this point because it doesn't fucking matter. It was just the opposite of Black Hole. If Black Hole made it so you scored 10 runs and then those runs went away and you took a win from the opposing team, the Sun 2 made it so if you scored 10 runs, they took those runs from you and you just gained a win. So it was almost like you just won the game. So that's all. So now we have this new sun in the sky. So this is our 3rd sun we've ever had. Technically, the second one we have in the second sun we have in the sky right now, Sun Squared. And this one is making winds squared. Fucking weird. If I actually remember correctly, because of the way this worked, with the black hole, there was no such thing as losing. There's no such thing as losing in Blaseball. You either win or you unwin. And when the black hole, quote-unquote, stole a win away from the opposing team, it was more so just giving them -1 win. It gave them an unwin. But now with this new sun in the sky, that unwin would become a positive win. So, if your team was in a black hole weather and you scored 10 runs, it would take those 10 runs from you and then give a positive win to the opposing team.
What the fuck? Wait, so that's bad.
That's bad, yeah.
Bad.
Your score gets set to 0 and the opposing team basically gains a victory on top of you.
Oh, that's so rude.
Oh, don't you love math? Don't you love math?
Don't you love math and not understanding?
Yeah. Okay. A few more players got negative. Jalen Hot Dog Fingers got negative. Again, this is just stuff that helps with things. Underachiever was a new thing that was able to be voted on. Again, highlighted in purple, something that was given to us by the reader. It gave a player the underhanded modification. Underhanded was one of the most controversial modifications in the game, because it was something that you would put on a pitcher, and it made it so if a player hit a home run off of your pitcher, instead of them gaining runs, they would lose runs. Instead of getting a +1 to their score, they would gain a -1. This does not count as a win. This is a run, so it had no effect on the sun in any way. Imagine being a pitcher, and you're incredibly good at pitching. And then you accidentally let a ball go. It slips, and the batter hits it, and they hit a home fucking run. Too bad for that batter. That's a penalty on them. This was strictly the most powerful status effect you can get in this game and put on a batter, because on a pitcher, because fuck you, that's why.
Okay.
This thing could also exist on batters, but in that case it was a negative for the batter, because the batter would hit a home run and it would be worth negative. But having it on a pitcher meant that anytime the batter hit a home run, it would be worth negative for the opposing team. This is just fucking stupid.
It is very. I'm somehow comprehending it.
Oh my god, so much wawa. Hey, Drago. There was also the introduction of an item called the fifth base, which during a Blaseball game, on rare occasions, there was instances in which games would have 5 bases for the players to run instead of 4. I don't know exactly how to explain this other than drawing it out on MS Paint, so let me do that really quick.
Okay.
Because it's just silly. Window capture. MS Paint. Capture mode, Windows 10, because that's the only way this works for some reason. So I'm just gonna use this diamond tool here. So here's the mound in the center. Here's home plate, first base, second base, third base. And normally the way it works is you would run from one to the next one. Well, you run from here to here, then you run from here to here, and you run to here to here, and then you run to here to here. That's pretty basic. That's how baseball has always been. The fifth base would be put up here. That is not the right shape. It would be put here. So what would happen is you'd be on this base here, then you'd run to 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 here, and then you'd run all the way here.
Oh, that's not where I thought it was gonna go. I thought it was gonna go from, like, the top one to the fifth one, then to
Nah.
that.
Okay, no, this is how it goes.
Making things complicated. Okay.
Yeah, some people were some people were kind of cute about this when it came to like charities and stuff. They would draw it like this, like that, like a heart.
Oh,
for charity
okay,
things.
That's cute.
But at the end of the day, that's what the fifth base does, and it's fucking stupid.
And then the secret base would be under one of the original. Okay.
Second base is the one directly above the pitching mound.
Second base is with secret base, and the fifth base is just the fifth. Okay.
Fifth base is just all the way fucking over there for some reason.
Okay.
But the fifth base, in this case, was treated as an item. During the games, fifth base would be on the floor sometimes, and occasionally, a player would pick up the fifth base just directly off the floor.
Okay.
And because they are standing on the fifth base, and then they remove the fifth base because they pick it up, they are no longer standing on a base anywhere, and they would simply gain the Roman status and just wander off into another fucking team because they no longer had anywhere to go.
Okay.
And they would continue to hold on to this fifth base. Fucking troll physics, exactly. This is like baseball troll physics. You were standing on a base, and then you pick up the base, and then you go somewhere.
It's like Gmod physics. You grab onto something while standing on. You're flying.
Yeah, you stand on you sit in a chair in Gmod, and then you grab that chair with your gravity gun, and then you fling it, and you go flying. That's what would happen here.
Okay.
Yeah. So players would pick up the base. They'd hold on to the base. Gain Super Roman. Well, actually, you would gain the Roman status if I remember correctly. But the player who had picked up the base already had Roman. I've done that exact same thing in VR. Yeah, that's a thing that happens in VR all the time. Bright Zimmerman was a player who picked up the fifth base, and they already had the Roman status effect. So when they picked it up, the Roman status effect stacked, and it made it into a new status effect called Super Roman. Or no, it was called On an Odyssey. My bad. Roman, so they gained On an Odyssey. This player is boosted, so it was the player was boosted 2% every time they join a team. So every single time they swapped teams, they gained a small stat buff.
Huh.
Hi, Hound. Welcome back. Yeah, welcome back from your
10-minute break.
Yeah. Let's see. Zimmerman was granted add to the shadows of the Charleston Shoe Thieves parties as a result of the gold riddance. The entire team throws a party. The entire team got a stat buff because Zimmerman left because they had good riddance as a status as like a modification. And every time a player leaves due to Roman or Super Roman, they just have a party. So
they're gone.
Zimmerman picked it up, went to the Shoe Thieves, left the Shoe Thieves, and the Shoe Thieves threw a party. Like, yeah, fuck this guy. For trying to flame the umpire. Yeah, true. Oh, good lord, I forgot about this one. Reform was used on Paula Turnip's idol, super idol, stats effect, which is the one that makes you gain twice as much money. Because fans were afraid of Paula Turnip becoming, legendary and being vaulted like everybody else. They wanted Paula to keep playing, but re-rolled into credit to the team, which is basically extreme super idol. Instead of gaining
Holy
twice as
shit.
many, you gain 5 times as much money. This skyrocketed Paula Turnip to the top of the idol board.
Oh,
Oopsie. They re-rolled and got something.
Economy is boosted. What?
Yeah, the turnip economy. We're playing fucking Animal Crossing in this bitch now.
Holy shit.
Let's see. Another player who was a replica avoided turning into dust because they were in the shadows of another team, and I guess nothing happens there. Okay, so season 20, more about the Sun. After repealing the turntable, after we failed to repeal the turntables decree like the boss wanted, she put the sun squared in the game, so we had to deal with that shit. The sun caused all wins and unwins to be squared, making a one positive one is positive one, negative one is also positive one.
Okay.
Additionally, Sun remained visible on the standings page, which I showed you, and there was a gauge below it labeled as pressure, which I don't think I showed that.
No.
Here we go. If I highlight over it, it says
Oh,
pressure
that's
at...
what it is. That's the health bar looking thing I saw, huh?
Yeah, so if I highlight over it, it says pressure at 0.03%. So the sun has like some kind of pressure gauge to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The pressure that seemed to raise with every run, win, and incineration in the league. Sun Squared also seemed to gain a large amount of pressure anytime a new sun was added to the league via a decree. Because from this point, you say we can't add more suns, but too bad, those are the only options you got.
What?
So
what, do you want us to follow? What the fuck?
I don't know, but these were the options this season: Sun 3, Sun 9, Sun 30.
Okay.
They all did different things. We're just not gonna fucking worry about it because they're fucking confusing, and this is when the math starts getting stupid.
Yeah.
Let's see. When the extra inning, both teams immediately win. I think Sun 30 was the one that went into play. Anytime a game enters extra innings, both teams will immediately receive 1 win.
That makes sense.
Or was it this one? If your team sweeps all 3 games.
The non-loss is worth 2 wins. What?
I mean, because I guess again, there's confusions upon like unwinning, non-losses, all this. This was just stupid vocabulary that the game used to make things more confusing. But I actually think Sun 3 was the one that passed because we called it the Dorito. I literally can't fucking remember anymore. But yeah, this was if you were winning. Blaseball games are played in sets of 3, and if you sweep the entire thing, the last win was going to be worth 2 instead of 1. Again, just more ways of making the game feel fucking stupid. And I love saying that the game is fucking stupid, because that's what was happening at this point. Let's see. Every single time a new sun was introduced to the game, the pressure also would go up higher.
Okay.
The Unquiet Dead. At the start of season 30, season 30, I'm thinking of the sun earlier, season 20, the monitor noticed that they hadn't checked the hall in a bit, and they've been kind of busy, which makes sense, because they were in charge of the gift shop and the food concession stand, and they've been busy.
Oh, fair, Binky, I'm so sorry.
They commented on the appearance of the Alaskan Immortals in the hull, under the new teams section, which I could show that, because fuck. If you go into the Hall of Flames, you get all of the players here, who, of course, were incinerated. At this point, the game's been going on for a while, so there's 130. But there's a new section here called Teams! Alaskan Immortals!
What the fuck?
Remember they were mentioned earlier that they existed when Blaseball first came into existence?
Yeah.
The entire team has been incinerated.
What?
Look at them, they're all in here. The entire team. Who the fuck are these guys? I don't fucking know. The Alaskan Immortals finished in 3rd place in the Bad League. I don't know what the fuck this number means. 0D, they weigh nothing because they're fucking dead. They are deceased. This is not a player who's dead. This is an entire team, roster and everything. Alaska forever. Immortal, yeah, sure. Sorry, buddies.
Yes.
Commented on the appearance of the Alaskan Immortals in the new team section, as well as the fact that Pudge Nakamoto, who had the roaming modification, simply wandered out of the Hall of Fame during the last election, and he didn't
What?
even notice.
No, what? You could just leave? No, you
He could
could
just leave.
roam out.
He could just leave.
Okay.
He could just leave.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. He could just
Okay.
leave.
Sure.
Yeah, he has the roaming modification, and he's just allowed to leave whatever team he's on at the end of any season whenever he feels like it. And as we've said 100
Including
times
when
before, if you're not on a team, you're classified as being on null team, and null team is a real team, and you can just leave.
Oh yeah, I forget about that, huh?
He's just allowed to walk out of hell. It's okay.
Okay.
Pudge
It's okay.
deserves a little bit of walk out of hell.
That's true.
He just walked out. During day 1 of season 20, Kennedy Loser, the last remaining player with the haunted modification, was inhabited by a deceased player known as Abbott Wright. What was unusual about this was that nobody knew who Wright was. They seemed not to be a part of any team's roster or the Shadows, and was including the newly discovered Immortals. This was
What?
just somebody who showed up.
Fuck.
Hi,
Hello
Oh.
everyone,
Kendra.
Tom Scott here, and today I am trapped at the south side of Chicago.
Hi, Kendra.
What?
So we just discovered a new ghost to a guy we never knew existed. Who the fuck is Abbott Wright?
What the?
I am back for now. Welcome back. I'm not going to be going for much longer. Maybe I'll push it until 9:45 my time. I usually go to bed around 10.
Mhm.
Spade's probably wondering what the fuck I'm up to. Mid-century poet. I'm also a raider. Wow, so yeah, you are Winter. Welcome. Yeah, so let's see. This player was not even on the newly discovered Immortals. This was just somebody who we did not even know existed. Attempts to find them in the team's game search failed. Any attempts to pull up the player page when they went up to bat also failed. Shortly after, Loser was also inhabited by Alfred Pliskin, who had also had the same mystery. Nobody knows who the fuck Alfred Pliskin is. Pliskin, like Metal Gear Solid. Pliskin, we know that guy.
Okay.
And over the course of the season, Loser picked up a number of unexplainable haunts. These players were oftentimes referred to as Kennedy Loser's new guys, or the Klongs for short.
Long.
Kennedy Loser's new guys.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, so we're just discovering new dead people. Okay.
How's that? Okay. You know, never mind. I'm not gonna think.
Yeah.
Gotta get some new info after all. So.
Yeah, we'll never know who the fuck these are. Hi, Spade. Hi. Annie, I just mentioned you were probably wondering what the fuck I'm up to. I will drag you to bed. I know! Listen, I promise 9:45, that's when I'm going to bed.
Blaseball.
I need you to understand, I'm only talking about season 20 right now. This game has 24. So this is going to go on for a third stream. Stop throwing peanuts at me! I promise I'll go to bed!
Hey, that's
I've only been live for nearly 4 hours. Let me have this.
If you wanted to be rude, you gotta add a baseball to the mix. Sorry.
Okay. I promise I will get off this desk. I promise. I will be there, don't worry. Okay. I will continue this, despite the nagging. Let's see.
Oh, uh-oh.
Yeah, are you sure about that?
Yes!
I will fucking drag you to
I
bed.
I will go to bed on time, I promise.
Uh-oh, they're fighting. Oh no.
Their frame. Once they
Oh,
hit 45,
no.
I'll kick you out of the VC.
Winter.
I do believe you have the power to do that.
Yes, I do.
Winter. Oh.
Talk about needy. It's fine. Don't worry. I've
I
only
have
got
my
about...
eyes on you.
That's fine. I will be there. I promise I'll go to bed. I will be in bed before 10:30. I'll try to sign off the stream starting around 9:45. I will be there.
Do you want me to like keep an eye on the time? Or
You don't
what?
have to. I keep to my word.
Mm.
See, this is why I stay out of the house and watch malls.
You're not fair.
Understandable. Don't worry. Listen, I'm somebody who keeps to my fucking word. You know that.
Uh-huh.
I will go to bed. I promise.
Oh, it was so difficult to be serious.
I know.
Uh,
See you later
Losing
on.
my mind.
Unless you want to stick
Uh,
around for the rest of this, I don't know.
yeah, fuck it. I'm saying.
I've been losing
Okay.
my mind for 3 hours now. It's been great. I've been having a good time.
So I was just talking about a player who's haunted.
Oh yeah.
I can explain it to you really quick as to what happened here. When a player is haunted in Blaseball, occasionally they will be possessed by the ghost of a player who has died. And at this point in the game, things are getting really fucking weird. We've just learned that there was an entire team that existed that we didn't even know existed before, and the entire team was killed at some point. They're all in the Hall of Flame, which is basically this game's equivalent of the Afterlife.
Yep.
We don't know who any of these guys are. The entire team is in here. That's the first time we've ever seen that happen.
Yep.
And this player who gets haunted by dead people sometimes is suddenly being haunted by players that we've never even heard of before.
Not even in the
Not even
fucking
on this team.
Flames. Not even in the Hall of Flames. Not
like,
even.
Their names aren't listed anywhere. Trying to look them up doesn't result in anything. These are just new guys who are showing up in the game and nobody's ever heard of them before.
Yep. Gotta deal with it now.
The game was just being fucking weird and we don't know what the hell's going on. Why are these people here? People started referring to them as Kennedy Loser's new guys because Kennedy Loser was the guy who was being possessed. These are Kennedy's new guys.
Longs.
Okay, Klongs. The depth chart, here we go. At Season 20's Earl Siesta, the boss confirmed the suspension of the seasonal readings, and the reader replied saying so long, and... No, not so long, go long.
Go long.
Go long, like, you know, like in football, you chuck a football, you say go long. The boss is here saying, can you fucking stop with these seasonal readings already? I've canceled it like 4 times, and the reader is just like, fuck you, I guess, go long. I don't know. Whatever the fuck that means. And it gave us access to a new page on the website called what is it? The depth chart. I'll go to season 21 day 1 just to show this to you. The depth chart. Where is that? Depth. Here we go. We got this thing.
What the fuck? No.
And I'm once again gonna have to take a screenshot of this because the browser capture doesn't work properly. The browser capture doesn't work properly. Let me take a screenshot of this and throw it on screen again. Here, this is what it looks like.
What the fuck? That's scary now. What?
So, let me pull
There's
this up again
more
really quick.
info, but at what cost?
So, I think I mentioned before that when the Crabs team ascended, they went to Blaseball 2.
Yep.
I said that, like, I have no way of showing you what Blaseball 2 looks like nowadays because pulling up Blaseball 2 shows you what it looked like at the end of Blaseball. There's no way to go back in time and look at it unless I go on, like, the Wayback Machine or something. But at the very bottom of this image, you see a picture of what looks like a gate.
Yep.
That is what Blaseball 2 looked like. It was just an image of a gate, and the Crabs were behind it at the time, but eventually the Crabs broke out.
Okay.
So at the bottom of this weird chart is Blaseball 2 as we know it.
Blaseball 2. Okay.
And at the very top of the chart, there's a weird desert. We don't know what the fuck this desert is.
I just heard Angel just soul leaving.
Angel has
I'm
been slowly leaking their soul all over the fucking place. This entire
I've been
fucking
trying to make sense
stream.
of this in my brain by like actually like physically moving my hands to like process.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. You can't.
This was something, I'm providing all of this information within the span of 2 days. You have to realize this was something that went on for like 6 months. I am dumping everything on you. But like one thing would happen per day. And when you're dealing with as much as you're going through with Blaseball, even that doesn't feel like a lot of time. You'd be introduced to this chart and everybody in the Discord would be like, what the fuck is this? And then the very next day something new would happen.
Okay.
I am shoving this all down your throat within the span of minutes, hours.
Yep.
So that's why I have like, that's why I have this timeline here, because there's no way I could remember everything, but I was there for all of this. Angel, can hold
So-
yourself, you're leaving a soul scream all over the floor.
So
Shit, my fuck. No.
My soul is spilling.
No.
So-
You're not supposed to see it.
when it comes to this is just an autistic yap
Yes.
for
It-
hours
been-
at a time.
Yes,
This is-
it
this is-
has.
This is my autism.
Oh yeah, fuck. I was at like the beginning of stream reading the court case and then I just didn't keep going.
Don't bother yourself with the fucking court case. I posted a
No.
summary.
Page 127.
You're reading the whole thing? Oh my
Read
god.
the summary and this at the same no, not at the same time. I read both.
Okay. I hope you're enjoying it
Why?
because that was my first experience with
am.
baseball.
That's what I'm
What?
doing. I'm enjoying them all.
Hashtag let them yap.
Are you enjoying it, or you just want to make yourself suffer?
Hey,
I
listen.
like both options.
Listen, Goku is canon to Blaseball. He's
That
in
is
that
true.
document, and he got killed by the judge.
Yes,
Yeah.
he did.
yeah.
Unfortunate.
Rest in peace, hero.
Rest in peace.
Let's see.
My
Where am I leaving
God.
off here? So
Some
yeah,
of the
we just-
gateways and Blaseball too.
So we don't know
So-
what the fuck this chart means, is what I'm trying to say.
Um,
Go ahead.
Don't forget to remove that.
Yeah, I'm still kind of talking about it. I wanted to leave it on screen because for some reason the shark in the images doesn't show up on screen. Hi, Drago. So we don't exactly know. Let me just delete this off screen really quick because now you get an idea of what the actual thing looks like. I'll go back to the. I deleted something unintentional. What did I delete?
Oh,
Control Z.
I did. There, delete this. Stop throwing things at me. That includes you.
oh shit, what? Are we throwing?
This
Oh, hold
one
on.
should be still. So, there's some weird shit going on with this chart. Oh god.
Mm-hmm.
Right away, we don't know exactly what it means. We understand that the squiggly line, has to do with E density. So up and down, we know vertically is an E density chart. The lower you dip below the squiggly line, the more consumers will start attacking your team, and the higher you are above the line, I guess the less likely you are to be attacked by consumers, or you just straight up don't. You can kind of see the squiggly line as like the surface of the water, and if you're below that line, you get attacked by the sharks. But if you notice, something that a lot of fans notice is the fact that the numbers on the side are kind of going in reverse. 0 is at the top, and 2 is at the bottom. And of course, we're talking about density here. The heavier you are, the further you sink, so I guess that makes sense, but when it comes to tables and charts like this, it's a little bit fucking weird, you know? Like, I don't know why that's a thing, but that's a thing. Why does... Oh. That's kind of funky. I don't know if that was a thing with the original website. There is a very slight wobble to this chart. And there's a thing up here that's a turn off motion. When I click on it, it changes, it makes like the dolly emoji bigger and smaller. I don't think that's intentional.
I don't think so.
They're surfing on the waves, of course. So we got access to this chart. We don't know what the fuck it means. We don't know what it means going left and right. And I'll tell you right now, going left and right on this chart doesn't matter at all. It's just some new net numbers. I will point out the fact that the people who figured out what going left and right on this chart means figured it out because of my boy Kennedy Rogers. He helped them solve this because he had some weird fucking shit going on. Another W for my boy.
Hell yeah.
Even a player that nobody gives a fuck about can do major things to this game.
Okay.
Let's see. My lovely boy Kennedy Rogers. So because of the existence of this chart, and we discovered that Blaseball 2 exists on this chart, and we also realized there was an opposite to the chart. So people immediately realized there was also a website called Blaseball Zero. Blaseball0.com is a real website, and it takes you to an image of a desert. Let me see if that actually still exists. 0.com. Blaseball0.com. No? Oh, I spelled it wrong. Blaseball0.com. No? I guess not. It existed. It existed. Blaseball 0 existed, and it took you to basically a like black and white image of a desert. And that's it for now. All we knew is there's a desert on one side and sharks on the other. The furthest you can get away from the ocean is the desert, I guess, right?
Oh, I got it to work.
Oh, you got it to
I was
work?
actually gonna. Yep.
Oh, hang on. www.blaseball0.com. Okay, hang on. Here's a link to it directly. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
There it is.
there you
Here's
go.
Blaseball 0. Okay. There's the desert.
There's the desert.
I'll get back to that later.
Okay.
So we figured out it had to do with E density. You either sank or you floated. More stuff involving the 5th base and Super Roman. Let's see. So there was another status effect called Super Roman. I believe if you received the Roman status effect multiple times, it became Super Roman. Roman as a status effect made it so you have a random chance of leaving the team at the end of every season. Super Roman made a guaranteed chance for you to leave the team every 9 days. So it was a guaranteed leave on a very regular basis. And this 5th base started doing some weird shit involving the 5th base, making people move. I think this is only being mentioned because the ballpark for the Philly Pies team is known as the Oven. So anytime something was added to the ballpark of the 5th base, it always said it was put in the oven. So there was always some text saying like the 5th base was put in the oven. There was at one point the ballparks received a thing called a fax machine, which did some things involving the shadows. I won't go into the details of it, but it was very funny getting a notification saying the Philadelphia Pies put a fax machine in the oven. That was funny. More players received the underhanded notification. As I mentioned, everybody fucking hated this thing. There was the under bracket, which is like where the worst teams in the league were competing to be the worst team in the league. That continued to happen. The investigation concludes. Here's the end of the fucking thing that's going on with the 2 detectives I mentioned earlier. Spade, you missed out on all of this.
Oh yeah.
There was an entire
Yeah.
plot line involving 2 detectives that basically was going fucking nowhere. It seemed as if the game was trying to tell us that these 2 detective players had to be on the same team together. The problem was both teams were constantly trying to play for their own favor and doing things to improve their team. Nobody was really paying any attention to nobody's paying attention to the whole detective plot line. It wasn't going anywhere because they were apart, yeah. So these two detectives were on opposite teams, and it seemed like the game wanted them to be on the same team, but nobody was putting in the effort to get them on the same team because everybody was working in their own favor. At some point, both of these detective players, Liquid Friend and Uncle Plasma, the boss had said their hard work showed no foul play, and we could just put this all behind us. The investigation's over. We're done with these guys. Put them in the vault. We're done with them. So these 2 players got put in the vault. And the moment they were put into the vault, we could see them in the vault, and they were now together, and their status effect changed to yoked.
Oh.
So they went from being hard-boiled to one of them becoming scrambled, and now they're both yoked. We, again, don't know what the fuck this means, but clearly something good happens when they're together, because being yoked is a good thing, from what I understand. Sorry, Sun 30 was the one that passed. I was pointing them out, I couldn't remember. More players become vaulted, a bunch of stupid shit keeps happening. Silver Roadhouse, who was a player who, all the way back in Season 10, who was cursed by the giant peanut god, had their curse rerolled into debt, and they started making people unstable again.
Oh yeah.
Ain't that funny? We fucking hate that. Some new status effects started being handed out called Magnified, which makes it so all runs were multiplied by 2. So if somebody with Magnified hit a grand slam and scored 4 runs, they'd actually score 8. This game is getting stupid. Numbers are getting way too high. There's decimal numbers, there's negative numbers. And also that sun rule that was put in place that was squaring all of the math is now reaching 9.17%. The pressure on that thing keeps getting higher. Spada, this is all gibberish to you because you were not here, but I promise I had explained all of this.
It's fine. It's all good.
Okay. Ah, God. I feel like this is where I have to...
Yes.
This is where I have to leave off. I'm just going to leave it right here. You see the name Parker Macmillan? This is where the commissioner becomes important. I'm leaving it here.
Okay.
This is where...
Okay.
I don't know what to refer to this other than the grand reveal. This was like... Season 21 is when the plot twist happened. And it's kind of weird. I don't know. Should I explain this now and leave this as a cliffhanger? Or should I leave it for the next stream and just start off with a punch to the face?
Punch to the face, I would like
Punch to
that
the
so
face.
much.
You prefer a punch to the face? Okay.
Yeah.
We can call it here then. Because, let's see, the section for season 21 is like all this, but I have a way of like shortening it, I guess. Like, I've been kind of shorthanding this as much as I can.
Oh yeah.
Blaseball is gibberish, even if you do understand. It is barely comprehensible, that's true. They introduce all these new phrases and like meanings and like all these like power-ups that interact with each other in weird ways, and they all have stupid names, like credit to the team, and like you just have to know what that means. We re-rolled Flinch into debt. Like, I know what that means. This shit's stupid. So yeah, I will get into season 21. The best I could say about season 21 before we get into it is they let the fish out.
What?
They let the
What?
fish
Okay.
This
Yeah,
is good.
punch. Yep,
Yeah.
Dylan can take a punch next
Okay.
time.
This will be a good punch. They let out the fish.
Yeah,
Uh,
they let out the fish. Okay.
I will wrap this up with one final thing, which is a weather effect I had forgotten to mention because it wasn't really important, but it was kind of funny.
Oh,
And it also relates to the court cases in some way.
oh shit.
Since you're reading through the court cases, did you happen to read anything involving salmon? Was
Not
that like
yet.
at some point during the court case, the conversation leads into some kind of conversation about salmon. In the most basic way I can explain it, a very common phrase in Blaseball is rest in violence, oftentimes shorted to RIV. And somewhere in the court case, somebody submits a file with the file extension .riv, just as a joke or something. And somebody during the court case gets curious and says, like, is .riv like a real file extension? Does this exist for anything? And they realize it is a file extension that is used for files on a salmon migration pattern tracker program of some kind. And
oh my God.
somebody managed to get their hands on the source code of this salmon tracker, and they found in the source code of this salmon tracker a picture of a man with the text underneath it that just said Steve.
Right, I remember this.
Let me pull up
Yes, I
Sam and
remember that.
Yeah, let me pull up Sam and Steve.
Yeah, I remember this.
I think I explained
Oh.
Sam and Steve to you for a moment. The sake of Sam and Steve on Sibber. This is the Society of Internet Blaseball Research website. Here is like a picture of the salmon tracker of those like salmon stuff. Somebody joked about RIV. It stands for river. And here's a picture of Sam and Steve. His image was found in the source code of this weird salmon tracker. All of this happened in the middle of the Blaseball court case because somebody just got really fucking distracted.
Yeah,
But-
like
Yeah.
okay.
As a reference to this moment in the court case, because this court case is canon, salmon became a real weather effect in Blaseball. During a Blaseball game, I guess because of all the flooding and stuff, salmon would sometimes show up in the fields as a weather effect. And what would happen is salmon weather would it would do one of two things. Either one, it would repair a person's item after it's been damaged, or it would rewind time and basically undo the events of the game for a certain period of time. You'd be in the middle of like the 8th inning, and then the salmon would quote unquote swim upstream, and it would suddenly be like the 6th inning, and anything that happened between inning 6 and inning 8 would just be undone.
Okay.
And I also want to. The reason I'm mentioning this is because there is going to be some more mentions of fish unrelated to these fish, but fish are funny. There was a modification you could add to your ballpark called a salmon cannon, which have you seen that video of the people putting the salmon in like the salmon slide and it like shows them being like sucked up to the top of a dam?
Maybe?
Like I think some people call it like the salmon roller coaster. There's like an edit of that video where somebody puts the salmon in like the tube and then it like fires a fucking cannon and then it shows the video of like some dude being slapped in the face by a fish. Fish moment.
I think I know what you're talking about. Yes. No, I know about the salmon.
Maybe you've seen that stupid fucking clip.
Yes.
They basically turned that into a real item in the game where when a salmon weather was going to happen, the cannon would sometimes fire the cannon out of the ballpark and just prevent it from happening. But on even rarer occasions, not like crazy rare, it would still happen occasionally, the salmon would accidentally sweep up a player in the swarm of the salmon, and then that entire swarm would be caught by the salmon cannon and launched out of the park, resulting in that player being launched elsewhere because they got stuck into the fucking cannon.
Okay,
And-
so
Go ahead.
I do apologize for cutting because we only have a few minutes left.
I know.
But out of curiosity, out of all of this shit existing, what is any AI involved of creating this?
AI? No. As far as I'm aware, the devs had come up with every event that would happen in game. There was no AI involved in this. This was like 2020, 2021, so AI was not a big deal then. AI was like in its baby stages. This was not like anything that was used in AI. The game was, of course, a giant simulator run on RNG, if that's what you mean.
Okay. Yes. That's what I meant. Okay.
The game was entirely RNG based, yeah. So aside from the plot of like, here's what the characters are saying, here's the options we're giving our players, here's like the status effects we've introduced in the game and how they interact with each other, the game was basically just allowed to go wild. So there was like a general direction that things were going. The devs Oh, I reconnected it. It like reconnected me. It was just temporary. Side channel. Let me grab it really quick. I will grab it. The one reason I wanted to bring this all up, because salmon will be brought up eventually, because we're talking about fish, and I feel like it's important to talk about fish.
Mhm.
The very first time a player has ever been put into a salmon cannon, coincidentally, due to just pure RNG, it was a player who went by the name Fish Summer.
Oh.
And Blaseball is funny because obviously fans pick favorites, favorite players, and they will write all these stories about their favorite players. And me and a lot of other people roleplayed on Twitter as our favorite players. So, and when anytime an event happened in game, we would just pretend like we were that player experiencing that thing in real time and just tweet about it from that perspective. And of course, when salmon cannons were introduced to the game, the person who ran the Twitter account for Fish Summer made a tweet saying, "Put me in the salmon cannon!" And then 5 minutes later, Fish Summer was actually in the salmon cannon and launched out of the fucking ballpark. It was an amazing coincidence, and I cannot thank the simulator for being funnier than anybody else.
God damn.
Perfect.
Anyway, let's do this raid, like you said. I will raid your buddy, AC. I recently, I believe I got followed on Twitter by Icy, and I checked. I was like, oh, I actually know that guy. So let's send Ice. Let's see. Send everybody to Icy. Damn, I got fucking 16 viewers. I have 16 people listening to me talk about this shit.
Yes.
Yeah,
Hi, everybody.
because you got raided by Brock, and then yeah.
I had like 3 raids throughout the day. Maybe, was it 4? It was you at first, and then it was also Rock. I don't remember if Coat raided me, but then Gendry did later too. Cold NATO, ew. I see NATO's cool. I've talked to him once, but he's a cool guy. If there's 15 other people, why the fuck am I here alone? Because everybody else is just lurking and listening to me fucking ramble.
Also,
Yeah,
I am one of them, so I do occasionally.
Yeah, and
do
so
some
I guess
stuff.
so is Spade as well.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's a lot of lurkers when it goes through the stream.
Yeah. So
All right.
I just really wanted to make sure I talked about the fish because we are going to talk about more fish in the future. Different kinds of
Yay.
fish because we are getting to
Yay.
a major plot point and things are getting fucking
Major
weird.
Fish point.
I
The
hope you
fish
guys-
economy's gonna not be
we're gonna-
shambles.
We're gonna start the stream. I can't tomorrow. I don't know when the next stream
That's
is going to
fine.
be because I'm going to be busy for a while.
That's fine.
But when we come back,
Mhm.
maybe Saturday.
I
I'm
can
going
do
to
that,
I'm going to
yeah.
slap you guys all in the face with a fish.
Yay! I've been used to that. It's fine.
Raid's about to go off. Everybody have a great night.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.